welcome to this morning fixture where Choga Avengers are riding high in confidence after a winning start to the tournament. But here they are taking on a curious Mburo Blasters who are finally stepping into the big stage. It's a reduced affair, but before that, let's look at what happened at the toss.
A very good morning here in Lugogo, despite having a very good, heavy downpour in over the night, but we are heavy and going to play. We're having a good day, and it's match day number 2 of the Great Lakes T20 tournament. And with me here are the captains for Choga Avengers and Mburu. I hope the captain has the toss, rather the coin. Please give it a toss. Heads is the call, and heads it is. Jimia, the captain for Mburu, has won the toss. What are you going to do?
I'm going to bowl first.
Do you have any reasons as why you're going to bowl first?
We want to try to restrict our opponents from scoring a big score, and then we come and chase easily.
Yeah, you haven't played any game in this tournament. What are your prospects?
We expect to start with a big momentum, like, the first game gives us that momentum first, so we expect good results in the first game.
Okay, very well done. That will be all from me.
Thank you.
Let me have the captain for Choga. Had luck, you didn't win the toss, but what would you have done had you won the toss?
I think the toss still went our way. We would still have chosen to bat first because I think I have a good batting lineup up to like number 7. So we'll be able to put up a decent score.
Yesterday you won against the Warriors, but what do you look forward to do today?
In the power play, we are going to look at scoring more runs. While the fielders are still inside, we are going to make sure we look at going over so that we get more runs. Because yesterday, our power play, we had more dot balls, so we look at reducing that today.
What could be the total that you're looking to put on board today?
Since we are going to play fewer overs, we are looking at going at least 10 and over. That will be us. Okay,
one more question for me. Have you made any change in your team coming from that winning formula yesterday?
Yeah, Amaite Gloria will be replacing Akelo as the opening bowler.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best. And that will be the news from the middle. Mburu has won the toss and they are going to bowl first.
Well, you had it all. That is the Arena Mall there down in Zambia. But you had it all from the two captains there in the center. The two sides, of course, one having played yesterday and managed to take off with a big win against, that is the Choga Avengers, who managed to get off a good start for the tournament. But they will be taking on the Blasters, who have yet to make, who are just having their very first game. That is the camp there for both sides. Of course, we have a reduced game of 6 overs, having had a very heavy downpour previously in the night. So you would assume two sides with contrasting traits at the moment. The Choga Avengers, of course, flying with all the confidence that you would need on earth, and then the Mburo Blasters in all sorts of curiosity. But just take you through that Choga Avengers side. We have Kulumi there, the captain, Kevin Awino, a very experienced wicket keeper. Alako Proskovia, Melissa Ariokot, Nami Ruth, Nalumansi Resti, Amati Gloria Hadik, Susan. That is the side that will be having it all. In the pictures there is Mukama, the umpires. And just to take you through the Mburo Blasters, we have Jimia Mohammed, the captain, as long as also well the wicket keeper. Ariago Michelle Giringi, Shadia Nabulime, Nampera Sonia, Mukite Asha, Kongai Masi, Arugo Joyce Mary, Biribawa Mariam, Namugoba Sheila, Agwang Laki, Antikabula Rashida, Tino Sara, Mutoni Irene, and Akida Petra. Those are the two sides and the two captains in your screen. Obukol Gloria alongside Kamukama Mathias. Two youthful umpires getting into the ranks pretty fast. But good morning, good afternoon, Fortunate. just take us through what really happened. Do you think it is because of what could have prompted Giringish to go with the decision of batting first?
Yeah, good morning, Yasin. Rather afternoon, Yasin. Because of the rain, we can't even keep track of the time, but it's a good afternoon here in Lugogo, and with the things that are unfolding, 2 games already in this tournament, but the captain going to bowl first in this innings, the captain for Mburu, Jimia Muhammad Abdallah, going with the ball first. It could be a good decision given that despite the sun is out, but we don't expect the outfield to be totally dry, and the heavy downpour throughout the net could mean that the wicket itself hasn't dried up so well. So her decision to go with the ball could be really useful. But again, in a shortened format where we're playing 6 overs, you get a feeling that every run on board will be well appreciated for. So also it will be about how the batting team comes in and apply themselves. And now we see the 2 batters working on Awino, Kevin, and Alako Proskovia. Awino yesterday being the top run scorer for her side, the Avengers, and now opening with a heavy hitter in Proskovia Alako means that they are going to go after the ball as much as possible.
That's very well said, Kevin. Awino. You speak about her form there, but yeah, you could know there's a lot going under her career at the moment, of course, with her career under sort of scare with the younger wicketkeeper in there. Iloko there, of course, putting a lot of Iloko putting a lot of pressure under to Kevin Awino for that particular start in the Victoria Pulse. But Mutoni there will be starting off for the Mburo Blasters, who have opted to bowl first in this 6-over affair here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. Anytime from now, the action should be starting to do the talking.
And the umpire in new frame, Gloria, making sure that the stumps are well arranged and the batter already marking her guard. The scorer is making sure that are also ready, and the confirmation from the umpire that there are 11 players on the field. And the first ball is yet to be bowled.
Always interesting stories when it comes to how people get into sport. We have those interesting ways that everybody has got into. But there goes Mutoni. Oh, that one is a good start there. Strong start from Mutoni there. We all have those very interesting stories at how we get into this beautiful sport. I remember myself, of course, falling off from a tree, losing my switch, and then of going away all the way from football and into cricket. But there's an interesting story behind the opening bowler in Mutoni from St. John in Mukono. Shot there, cut through cover, should be going for 4 runs. And yes, beautiful shot there from Kevin Awino, inserting her dominancy from ball 1.
It is a really good way to get off the mark. Into the account she goes, Kevin. She went off the mark in the same style yesterday against the Warriors, and now she is off the mark in style. Yesterday scoring 32 runs, make that rather 34 runs yesterday. It sort of gives her confidence, given that she is in a tight position, having not performed in the Easter Women's Cup. But now she comes in and gets a 30 in the first game. She's looking to continue from that.
Very strong comeback there from Tony. Back of the lane. Beautiful outswinger there and an outside edge from Kevin Awino. But nevertheless, that's a single for her. So the story of Mutoni, I just had a beautiful discussion with the coach, Barak Sad. She got into the Mukono Exide 2 weeks before the qualifiers, and then she was Barak managed to see the kind of talent Mutoni has, going on to become the best bowler in that particular in 2022 in the Girls Cricket Week. Beautiful bowling there, but again, soft hands from Giringish, gifting another extra run for the
captain, Jimmy Muhammad Abdallah behind the stumps there. I feel that she's a little bit closer to the stumps, the way how she held onto that ball. It rushed her. This time round, slow around the pad.
Flicked off the pads. There's a call for 2 runs, but no. That must have been a very great decision not to go. Could have easily been a run out there and causing early crumbles for the Choga Avengers. Continuing with the story for Mutoni, just getting into the side 2 weeks before the girls' cricket week and going on to make it to the XI. And of course, going on for the Division 2 Ladies Cricket League in the very year, becoming the best bowler and MVP. Struck back to the bowler. Just loving the battle between the opening pair and Mutoni Irene, and of course that closing out the first over with a score of 7 runs for no loss. Tino Sara into the attack, the youngster from the Kampala Road end. Fortet, how did you get into the game of cricket?
I tell you, I started playing cricket in my senior 2 after joining Nyakasura school in Fort Portal, and I was lucky to sleep in the same house with senior player Innocent Mwebazi. By then he was playing for Challengers in the domestic league, and good enough not just sleeping with him in the same house, I slept on top of him on one decker. So every day he was going to the ground, I could carry his kit bag around, and that's the way how he started and went on to play cricket.
Into the channel there, but blocked out from Proskovia Alako. I don't feel starting a little bit extra care into early in the innings, but remember you have 6 overs to play and 5 balls to the end of the power play. Struck up in the air, but safely should have added more power into there, possibly crossing the boundary and maybe seeing the second 6 of the innings of the tournament. 6 overs. What do you feel is a more defendable? What do you think is a healthy target for the team batting second?
I tell you, we haven't seen so many runs in this tournament, even for the teams that are playing 20 overs. Quick running here could... Oh, she doesn't make it home. She was a little bit sluggish in her running, and she will have to depart. Yesterday she scored a golden duck, and now she departs for another duck there. She was trying to take the second run. She had made one. That means she only go for one. Proskovia Lako having a really bad tournament at the moment, but what a breakthrough it is for the Blasters at the moment. The first wicket falls for only 8 runs.
Of course, that you would call it very sluggish there from Proskovia Alako, someone who's very, very close in the national setup. You wouldn't really expect that from her. There you go, you look at that.
The top 8 there, not intentionally trying to play it there, but there was a chance of taking 2. Took some time to slide her bat, but the throw was really good, and they picked a much deserved wicket there. And then at number 3 comes in Malisa Arekot to replace a teammate. They all come from Soroti, despite not playing in the same school, rather for the school's week. One played for Masaka and the other plays for Lira, but they all hail from that Soroti. Soroti to the world it is. Now Malice on strike.
Tossed up in there, smashed through. And yes, racing for 4 runs. What a statement from ball one. What a big statement that it is. And it is setting the tone for the Avengers in there. They're making them after losing that very soft dismissal. Here comes in Ario Court with a statement first ball of her innings with that very, very strong 4 runs.
Really good shot there of intent. A good way to get off the mark there. Flighted up in the air. And she just lashes onto it. Again going back.
Drifted down the leg there. Could that have been a bye or a touch onto the bat? But easily 2 runs taken there. Yet to see. Oh, it is a wide there. 3 runs, 7 runs off 1 legal ball for this second over for the Avengers.
Coming back to the point you asked about what could be the total, I tell you, no team has scored many runs in this tournament. So you get a feeling that if they post at least 40 and above, that will be a good score, given that they have a big lineup. Like the captain said, they have good batters up to number 6 at the toss with her. Now coming in and posting 40 will be much respected. And that's the way how things look. 40 is in contention. And after over number 2, the score reads 16 for the loss of 1.
Well, that brings the end of the power play with 16 runs for the loss of 1 with Proskovia back in the dugout. I feel that was a very, very that was a gift from the Avengers to the Blasters. When you look at some of those basics, they run, fast run very quick, and then the sliding the bat.
Most time they tell you that when you get out, run out, you have gifted your wicket to the opponents. So what do you think would have been the problem? You keep questioning yourself that this, I would have maybe run so hard. But it is the captain for Ginger, Sheila Namagova, bowling from the shell end. Starts up with looping 1 in the air, but played so well by Kevin.
I think one of the biggest sights I've had at the local scene in terms of cricket is the debut for Sheila. Especially that particular pic when it was that we went around social media with her alongside the chairman and the head coach Muhumza, tossed up in the air, smashed through cover, but well fielded there, just for a run out. This is a run out or not? I think it was the body that touched the wicket first, but that would have been easy run out and trouble for the Avengers.
Yeah, I tell you, that was a brilliant piece of fielding that covers by Tino Sara. She did so well. The ball was struck so hard, but Tino Sara making sure that she stops that ball in play. Look at that replay. Plated up in the air, struck so hard with full face of the bat. Picked it so well. The keeper would have maybe let the ball to hit the stumps straight away, but tried to collect the ball from front of the stumps, and in the end, she dismantled the stumps.
And that's exactly the critical moments you would need as a wide. That beautiful picture of the Sheila picture making her debut, and once again tossed up in the air. That should be a wide and an extra run for the no ball. New rule there for anything outside the playing pitch. Initially it was a dead ball, but this time round it's a no ball. Free hit for the Avengers, and what a start for Sheila. That great picture between herself, the captain, the head coach and chairman. Smash there, another flighted one there, but a single there for the Avengers. I really thought the hype around her debut could have easily affected her performance, could weigh on her mentally, going into knowing that the tournament was just around the corner for the girls' cricket. But another tossed up in the air outside off stump. Exceptionally very well, as if she was born to be a national team player.
One thing I've loved about her bowling is that she has bowled way away from Melissa Record. We know how Melissa fancies playing on the onside. She's good playing the slog sweep. So every time they haven't given her that liberty to get under the ball, she has looked at bowling it wide from her, asked her to play on the offside, and in the end finishing with a dot ball. Despite that no ball that wasn't put to use, she only ends at 4 in the first over, and after 3, the score reads 21 for the loss of 1.
Ariago changing bowling there. Ariago coming from the Kampala end with a score 21 for 1. As I was telling you, I would have expected that hype around her debut for the Victoria Pearls to sort of weigh on her. We've seen great players being weighed down in terms of the hype and what. I was really scared for her. She gets in to be the captain of the side. She's hyped around her picture with the chairman and the head coach around social media. But a very great performance she put up. A very great performance she put up in the schools cricket week. 7 matches, 20 overs, 13 wickets. You would feel she was born to be a really national team material.
She played so well and kept her head down despite all those breakthroughs that she got. But Ariago Michelle here, bowling the second ball. Kevin Awino putting in a sweep. I love the fact that they didn't try to take the second run. We know of the two, Melissa could be more destructive playing the off spinner. And I would love to see Ariago also bowling balls away from Melissa like Shayla did in the previous over. But now they have to set the field so well for Melissa.
Onto the pads there. Touched for a single. Easy one there for themselves. And the score now getting to 22 for 1. As you said, it's just 28 runs. It's just 18 runs off that target of 40 runs. That would feel that in a more good position to maybe go on and defend.
Very good bowling there. I would love to see Sonia also coming in to bowl, given that she was the best bowler in that tournament of the ladies at the Girls Schools Week tournament. So coming in to bowl at this moment. But again, the other factor will be that in this short format, a bowler can bowl the maximum of 2 overs. We saw Tino Sara bowling so well. There came in also Shayla Namagoba bowled so well. Even Mutonyi bowled so well. So it's a question of who are the bowlers that you utilize. Is it about giving everyone chance to try out, or is it about restricting the team to the least total that you can restrict them?
Of course, and that closes out the over with a score 23 for 1. chance for a quick single there. Once again, going back to that run out for Proskovia, I feel it has sort of brought a low confidence in Kevin Awin, who has now sort of gone down in terms of to sort of protect her wicket. I think should have been pretty more comfortable batting alongside her and getting more aggressive. That is onto this, went across straight into the pads and given the right treatment through the deep square leg for 4 runs.
Powerful shot there. That's what you have to be aware of when you're bowling to Melissa. You don't have to bowl anywhere near her pad. This time round, drifting down the leg and just continues it there. I did a lot of collecting in the commentary box, but good shot there for Melissa.
That was sheer power put onto that shot. Once again, that's another treatment. Same place, same treatment. What a statement from Melissa right now. She's on song. The score is now 29 for 1. Once again, straying into the pads there. All she could do, just a little turn around and just pump it to the boundary. There's a big shout out from her teammate Shayla that, hey, Mariam, you should put in more effort there. But Shayla's been dropped into the deep square leg to give protection to Mariam. There's a shout out there.
I tell you, it's just a matter of correcting the lanes. All those 2 deliveries that were hit to the boundary were loose deliveries, in my opinion. We saw how Shayla bowled to Melissa, bowled it outside off, not allowing her to get under the ball. And this time round, she has done so well to come back with the dot ball and this single. A little bit of correction there for her, and which is what they need most. But now it's turning out to be a very expensive over. Like we said, do you have to try out the options, or you stick with the bowlers that have done so well?
Oh, that's clean there. Could it be a stamp out, a bold? We yet to see there in, but nevertheless, Kevin Awino has to be matching back.
A really good delivery there from Vidivawa, flighting it up in the air, luring Kevin to come down the track. We saw how with the free hit, she tried to play against Namagova. She didn't go in the right position. Look at that. A little shimmy trying to get down the ground, but the flight and bounce of the surface did the magic. Good collection there by the wicket keeper to finish up that stamping. And the second wicket falls. And after 5 overs, 34 for the loss of 2.
Tino brought in to close out the innings with a score 34 for 2. Kevin Giringish having completed that stamp out in the previous over. Jimmy, I beg to say, having completed that stamp out, and in brings Mary.
Namiro Mary yesterday had a good outing as well. Stride tries to go across the lane. She has been really good with the lanes, Tino Sara. They know each other. They play for the same time, so she knows her strengths and weaknesses in that tournament of the ladies. She was the 3rd best bowler.
That's off the pad. That's really pumped. Should it be a 6? Oh, yeah, that's a massive one. Really, really pumped. And that is what exactly Melissa wants it. He wants it in those areas, and give it to me and see what I can do.
I tell you, it's not about knowing your opponent so well. The bad ball is always a bad ball. In the slot this time round, drifting into the right hander who hits it with the turn and gets the maximum. A very big shot there from Melissa. And we know how destructive she can be when she gets going. A maximum to start for Melissa. And with 4 more balls, how many can she add on the total?
Oh, once again, there she goes. There's a call for 2 runs. Should it be 2 runs? Yes, 2 runs. Melissa continuing with her onslaught.
Tino Sara being the third best bowler in the tournament of Skyview Girls Cricket Week tournament, picking up a total of 18 wickets in 9 innings.
Once again, should be up in there, should be taken. No way, no way. She has sent it really, really high above the tall Mutoni Irene for a big 6 runs and bring us to over that 40 mark you had predicted earlier on.
I tell you, that was a shot of intent. She's taking the pickings here. Again, similar shot, going across, full blade there, opened, and going over Mutoni. Very powerful slog sweep.
Oh, once again, it should be taken. Oh, my goodness. That is shell down from Tony. Same shot in 4 balls. What a moment. What a moment this is turning out to be from Malisa.
It's a question of, has it been a good call there to bring in Tino? Look at that. Always hitting the balls in the slot. And she has always fanced the sweep shot. Again, the collection in the deep there wasn't so good.
Very well bought, very good comeback there from Tino. But over going for 25 runs, closing in out at 50 for 2, and that brings the end of the first innings.
Yeah, very expensive spell it has been here for Tino Sara. The point where you thought that maybe you needed someone who can control the innings, maybe go for less than 5 overs, rather 5 runs. But now it's a very expensive over. 50 runs have been scored in this first innings. The bowlers seem to have done a great job in the start, but they couldn't hold on to the last over. Malsareko doing a very good heavy lifting in the end, finishing at 29 from 18. Getting those maximums well deserved and making sure that the Blasters go to 50 runs. 51 will be required in the second innings for the Blasters. Yesterday, the Avengers won against the Warriors, and now they stand a chance to pick up the second victory in this tournament. They do have a good bowling lineup there, and it's a matter of who bowls at the right time, like we saw in this first innings. One call did all the mistake, and we shall be back in this in commentary box for the second innings, where Kyoga Avengers will be looking to defend 51 runs.
back in for the second innings with the Blasters having a daunting task of checking up, putting down the 50-run mark in the 6th over. What do you think of that score? Your earlier prediction was 40. You got a bonus of 10 runs.
I tell you, 50 runs is that's how itself is really good. 50 runs are enough for the Avengers to defend, given that they have a good bowling lineup itself. The likes of Kevin, rather Akiteng, the likes of the captain herself. So much bowlers they do have. We saw yesterday how they were disciplined against the Warriors, and now the other factor is the Blasters themselves. Most of the names in the Blasters said are youngsters. Look at the captain for the Blasters, the former under-19 girls captain, now opening for her side, Jimia Abdallah. You see everyone in that side is a youngster. So that total, again, the pressure, the calculations of the runs required come into play. And it's all about how long and how do you apply yourself chasing down that total. It isn't a really simple total that you could look at, because it's almost going to 9 and over.
Yeah, Akiteng coming from the Kampala end. Okay, starting with the stadium, but that's up in the air. Should be easily taken. What a start for Akiteng. Always a star player. She's doing the Akiteng things.
I tell you, that was much expected. At this moment, looking at that mammoth score, you love to go against the turn. You love to go with your instincts, playing on the onside. And with that new ball, with the action, the left-hander bowling to the right-hander, she will always get that edge. And Jimmy, I knew from there, was so unlucky. She showed her intent straight away, trying to attack with the first ball to send the message. But it didn't go her way. The first wicket falling for not any run on board. And in a number 3, that will be Giringish, I suppose.
Giringish getting onto there after that slide from the Blasters, with Akiteng as usual doing her things. Starting off with a big one there in sending Jimia back to the pavilion. But that brings in Giringish to start to ply her trade and have a chase at the score.
Atsteng was the player of the tournament for the Easter Women's T20 Cup in Entebbe. Now bowling it full.
That's punished through covers. No chance there for the fielder. Should be 4 runs. Great in running there. Very beautiful and smart fielding, but a chance for a run out. Possible run out. Possible run out. A call out again for a misfield. Drama all over the place. But that shows the impact of the target on board already closing, bringing in a lot of drama already. Miscommunications here, aggressive batting there, dismissals here. It's all happening in this particular innings.
You could feel that that ball was poised to go for a boundary, but because of the heavy downpour and the outfield isn't ecstatic as you would love, so you would have to run for every run. If you're the Malisa of the Blasters, you'd go for 6s. But now we have the left-hander on strike, taking on the left-hander. That is always going to be a good matchup for the batter. And she would love to face the left-hander. Steng doing the changes here.
Once again, just taking you back to that Easter T20, the star player there, Sarah Akiteng, in 4 matches, in 15, managing to scoop 13 wickets. 13 wickets, 4 wickets adrift of the 4 of the second, in the best figures, of course, being 5 wickets for just 6 runs. So here she is into the attack already. First ball, a wicket. Could we see her putting up the same kind of display as she did in the Easter Women's T20, but it's early days. It's match number 2 for her, and she's here to make her trade.
They have two left-arm spinners, the Avengers. The likes of Nisima yesterday, she was really economical, going for 1.9 yesterday, bowling 4 overs. Achiteng went for 12 runs in the 4 overs, so you could feel that she was really economical, Nisima. And now we've seen how spinners bowled in the first innings, and now even Sarah Achiteng coming in and picking a wicket of the first ball. Get a feeling that the spinners have a great job to do. I don't know. I'm trying to fathom what the umpires are doing there, but I think the issue has been resolved. They need a 12th man to the scorers, a 12th player going to the scorers there, trying to make sure that the details are put in right in the system.
Yeah, that's a fantastic matchup there. Getting on the left hander, trying to face off Akiteng, who also is a left armer, to sort of negate that ball turning away. But there you go. Almost getting in there, almost passing through that defense, but very lucky for Jimia Abdallah. Oh, another one there, swung very hard, but nowhere close to that ball.
Another bounce off the surface here. I get a feeling that we'll just have to give us for the score there. The graphics trying to make sure that so well, trying to make sure that right, but the score is 3 for the loss of 1. That's rather 4 for the loss of 1. After 0.5 overs. Now it's the right hander. Irrigation straight.
Dot ball, another dot ball for Sarah Akiteng. Good battle between the two batters, Al and Akiteng there. You could see all the battles swinging here, back and forth to the batters, to the bowler. Short of length there. Mix up there, and the midfield. This is exactly the situation, what the match is bringing to the game. Mix-ups in the calls, mix-up misfields in the field. But anyways, that brings the end of the first over. With the score reading 4-1.
And coming from the shell end, Divine Nyamir, another good spinner like we saw yesterday, coming to bowl the second over. I tell you, the things look so hard for the Blasters at the moment. The captain hasn't got a ball to bowl, given that she's the best bowler in this tournament so far, having figures of 3 wickets in 1 inning. She trusts her spinners so much. The left-hander and the off-spinner, that could be a very good combination.
Just tossed up in there, smashed for an easy, should be easy one there. And yes, it's an easy one for themselves. But you just going back to the first innings, could you have felt, was it just the individual brilliancy of Melissa, or it was that the bowling change that really brought the bowling tactics of Jimia Muhammad that really could have led them to this point of situation?
I tell you, it was both individual brilliancy for Melissa, and again the tactic from the captain to bring in Tino Sarah to bowl the last over, bowling off spin to Melissa. And this time round, hit almost a chance there, but not put to full use. Melissa trying to stop that, but everything is going their way at the moment. 2 runs won't hurt them. Coming back to my point that I would have loved to see, even if you wanted to bring in a spinner, maybe Shayla was doing so much. Namagoba Shayla bowled so well against Melissa. You would have loved to see her bowl that last over because she was bowling to her weakness. But Sarah then came in, didn't. The decision wasn't vindicated, I might say, because she didn't pick the wicket, but she was expensive.
Once again, good length there. Bowling, very great bowling there from Nyamir. So far gifting 3 runs, just offering 3 runs to the Blasters, who have a daunting ask, and with the asking rate almost rising almost every after a ball. Up in the air, should be very, very easily taken there. What a start for the Avengers, continuing with their dominance and statement in this tournament. 2 is already in the bag, and already seems like they're having an eye or step into the second winning of the tournament.
Another good bowling execution there from Divine Nyamir. Bowling it wide away from the left-hander, asking her to play Williams. She tried to play on the offside there, but getting the top edge, a well-weighted and positioned fielder, completing the catch. And 2 wickets falling for only 8 runs.
There's a prolonged there discussion between the 2 batters. After that, this soft dismissal. But just taking you back in the first inning, at this very point there, our Avengers were sailing at 16 for 1. And here we are, the Mburo Blasters at 8 for 2.
The new batter comes in at number 4. The only centurion in the recently completed Gulf Sky View cricket tournament. Mercy Kongai scored 110, and now she gets off the mat straight away.
Yeah, that's of course goes back goes back to the kind of work that is put in behind the scenes for the youngster there to have that kind of mental toughness to carry your innings all the way into a half century and then all the way to a century. That's very kudos to her. That's jagged in, but managing a dot ball for herself, closing out the over at 9 for 2.
One thing that has been so important for the Avengers is the assistance that the captain gets, having experienced wicketkeeper behind the stumps, Kevin. And we know she has always given her knowledge to the captain, and most of the changes, because she's behind the stumps, she can see the angles. Another bowling change there, coming from the Ginger Road end.
Outside of stump there, continuing to dot the Avengers continuing to dot and mounting more and more pressure. What was your most outstanding act in the just previous? You were there doing all the business. Another one in the channel, but the drift almost became a problem for the Avengers.
I tell you, the most outstanding performances, I'll take the 100 for Mercy Kongai. You can take the 5 wicket house that fell. You can take the 150 runs and above scores that were scored by different teams.
Out of the ground, creating room for herself. Yes, through covers there for a good single. This is exactly what you have to be seeing from batters, just to sort of take that risk and step out, try to put the bowler off the line. Do you feel that's the approach right now the Blasters should be adopting?
She's a really good player, Mercy, given that she assesses the condition that the bowlers are trying to play the balls in the air, using her feet there, playing it so well. That's really good to see, and I would love to see her do that so much.
Another one there, that smash. Yes, 4 runs. Nowhere close to that one. Yes, that is what you want to be seeing. Everybody in the dugout there, taking on the bear. Giringishi doing the stake in the center stage.
Similar shot like she went off the mark with, but this time round up in the air, look at that. She goes to hit it in the air for some time. She knows the outfield is wet and very slow, and this time round picking up the boundary. Really good shot there, despite the ball being in the slot there. It gives her much deserved swing that she likes.
Another one, but a difference in offer there. Possibly we should have gone for a slap shot or the very shot she played earlier on, but with the more slanted bat. But nevertheless, that closes out the 4th over with a score 16-2.
Some conversation in the middle there, trying to contemplate on how, look at that replay, slot and hit so hard, weight behind. Nonetheless, she sends it to the boundary. Really full for her, and those are the good signs that you love to see. If Mburu is to go past the finishing line with 3 more overs to go, and they need more than 30 runs going forward.
Feel that very last last ball that closed out the over, she could have offered the very short, or maybe just stick in the crease and sort of slant the go for the slap shot. But here brings in Kisa from the shell end.
Nisima yesterday bowled so well. Kisa just finishing from the other side. The left-hander replacing another spinner. They have gone with the spinners. Divine being replaced by Nisima this time round. I love the combination. They brought on Divine for the left-hander. She picked a wicket. And now going with the left-arm spinner. 4 spinners we have seen. A very good decision made there by the captain. She would have maybe come in to bowl with her some medium pace, but she senses that the spinners are doing the work for her. She goes for the 3rd option, rather 4th option.
There you go once again, out of the crease, but not much contact onto that one, straight to the bowler. What about the decision of putting Akiteng off the bowling chair? Do you feel that it has sort of brought some sort of breathing space onto the Blasters? Shot of length, swung very hard, but eyes not onto the ball, and a dot ball for the Avengers.
Again, another tactic there from the captain. You don't have to bowl out your premium bowler, because you need them to defend in the last overs. Maybe bowl the penultimate over or the last over.
That's a shot smashed, but lacked that. I feel if it had got more direction, could have been an easy 4 runs, but short of direction, all the power goes to Vane.
Yes, like we saw with Melissa, she was playing that similar ball behind square over the short mid-wicket field, rather short square fine leg fielder. But these two are playing it a little bit straighter to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and they have cost themselves maybe 2 or 3 runs from that.
So does that literally go back to the point of picking length, or it was all up? Sorry, direction, or that is short outside of stump, smash once again, a very loose ball. Okay, there's a 2 runs for Mburo, easily taken. Another short ball outside off stump, a lot of room, smashed very hard, but managing going straight to the fielder only to pick out 1 run. But that closes out the over with 19-2. We've just spoken about that very issue, like just the previous ball, short ball, smashed very hard, straight to the fielder in the deep, and then another very next ball outside of stump, a lot of room, smashed very hard, but again straight to the fielder that could have two balls, could have easily gone for four runs, and that bring up 8 runs. Where is what really brings about that? Is it
It is all about the point of contact when you're playing a shot. Like we saw for Melissa, she goes on one knee and tries to go over the fine leg fielder. But the two shots we've seen, the players are playing it from front, and maybe they are not beating those gaps. If they wait for the ball a little bit more, they can pick up the gaps.
Starting off with a wide Amayo. Could this be the over that we remember in the first innings? It's where the turnaround of the innings was happened. Can we see the same happening in this innings? Because we remember at this very point, it was 24 in the fourth over. There you go. Smashed very hard, but should be easily taken. Yes, that is safely taken. Alako, that is easily taken there by Alako.
I tell you, she is always in front of the fielders rather in front of the batters at the boundary, and she has good hands there. Mercy thinking that this is the over that I need to go through the gears. Look at that, not a bad ball. Really in the slot, the weight is backward, and again the bat twisting around in her arms. But beautiful take there. She stuck her eyes on the ball and fixed at the ball for so long and completing the catch. A very beautiful take there. The third wicket falling for 22 runs.
You would feel if that particular shot had crossed the boundary, possibly for a one bounce, it could have really drifted momentum and make the Mburo Blasters sort of believe. Because we remember in the 50th over, the Avengers were 34 for 2, only to go up to 50 for 2 in the end. So could have easily maybe propelled their sort of confidence.
Again, talk about the elevation given to the ball. It was up in the air for some good time. Had she elevated it at an angle, like projection, an angle of 60 or 45, that would have propelled the ball over the boundary.
In the channel there, but blocked out. Does that still send us back to the two previous issues we're speaking about direction? Possibly, if you could have maybe angled it a little further, maybe could have been more on the left of Alako and maybe given chance to cross the boundary.
Yes, very well said there. You get a feeling that in these overs, the batters tend to go hard and with power, forgetting the bare minimum and required instincts. They forget the technique. It's not always about hitting the ball, but it's always about timing, keeping a stable base and having a great foundation in playing a shot. And in this case, she let her weight behind, and it marked her demise. But the Amayo bowling so well already. 3 balls going for only 2 runs, a wide in it, but a wicket of a very established batter and a destructive batter, Mercy Tracy. Mukita joining Shadia Giringish, who has been into the accounts for so long and scoring 13 from 10, striking at 130.
Shot. I tell you, maybe Amayo must have been really lucky to go away with that short ball. So just going back to something you mentioned about players in these critical moments sort of go very hard. Do you want to say going very hard sort of compromises on the flexibility in terms of maybe manipulating angles as you're coming in contact with the ball? But that's outside off stump, swung very hard, and the dot ball there once again from Amayo.
Definitely does. It is at this moment where the adrenaline levels go high and you want to fight and you forget the technique. Most, as a batter, it will always be that way. How many batters? Oh, a handshake there. A handshake back to the bowler, and Mukita will have to depart. Eyes was trying to ask how many batters have you seen in the death overs trying to go inside out. Even the ball that is outside off, they tend to go on the onside. Instinctive shot. It is, even when you're learning to play cricket, you try to go with that on option. And it is, in this case itself, we saw Mukita trying to go across the lane on the onside for this straighter ball. Yet she would have stood tall, maybe come down the track, or maybe present the full face of the bat, straight bat, vertical one, and hit to the screen, which was the difference. So it is always that moment that the instincts come in and they force you to do something that you don't like.
So, once Sarah Kiteng now getting into the attack to ball that very over with 26 runs needed from the shell end. But then once again, we look at the two previous balls from Amayo, two short balls. Actually, the previous three balls, three short balls. She must be counting herself very lucky to just go away with that. But Sarah now gets into the attack from the shell end with Tikabula onto the crease now. 26 runs needed to get home.
Tikabula Rashida and Muhammad, rather Giringish. She has really kept quiet in the middle there after picking the other boundary in the third over. And now she has played a quiet inning. The wickets have been falling on the other side, whereas she has stood there at 15. Now it is Tikabula Rashida on strike to face the last 5 balls from Achiteng.
That's inside out there for an easy one. Could we see some magic happening in these 4 balls to go? But with Akiteng into the attack, would you really give that a chance?
I tell you, if Akiteng, rather if Giringish even hits 4 sixes off these last 4 balls, she can't take her team past the finishing line there.
Easy work there for Kevin Awino. I think that was once again we're seeing another very soft and sluggish dismissal. Earlier on we saw earlier on in the innings we saw Alako also with a very soft dismissal, and here we're seeing Giringish simply gifting away that gift, because you always have, the moment you step out, you have that leverage to sort of try fight back. But we're seeing she gets out, she goes ahead pretty softly, and then no any sign of maybe retracting back.
And again, when you're coming down the track, they say you first have to look at the ball in the air, which thing she didn't do, but straight away off the mark she will go. Arriago Michelle trying to take the collection to the keeper. Oh, she couldn't hold on to that. Kevin, you could have done better on that. One bounce was a good option there from the field and the deep, but the keeper couldn't do more than let them get 2 runs.
When drama is coming all over this game, and you could see there's no much pressure from the Avengers side, but now you look at such a missed opportunity, because the batter was miles away from the crease, and Kevin with that experience going on to miss that. But there you go onto the pads. Arriago is not ready to pay respect to Akiteng. She's ready to give it back to her, and that's the sort of contest you would want to see.
Yeah, it's a very good show here from Arriago. We've seen her sweeping 2 times, a thing that we haven't saw in this inning. We saw it with Melissa, but Arriago doing it so nicely. Down the track and misses again. You have to pick the lane of the ball at first, not just coming down the track for the spinner who has a lot of time to adjust. You come down the track, she bowls it wide. You come down the track, she slows it down. You come down the track, she bowls it down the leg. So she has so much action. You only have to wait for the ball to be released out of her arm there. And this time round, Tikabula Rashida couldn't wait for another day.
And of course, that brings the end of the first game. with Avengers standing out are the winners with a mere 24 runs. I beg to say 21 runs, with very tactical and great bowling chains from Kevin Ovino, of course, Ekalume there, and of course with inputs from Kevin Awino, and that cements their stay onto the table. But the Mburo Blasters will have another test will have another opportunity in the afternoon, and they would be looking to sort of bring themselves back, because this is not the ideal start to the tournament you would want. But in the afternoon, they have another opportunity to sort of bring themselves into the attack. There is another context in the afternoon. We've seen in previous tournaments teams always having double headers sort of struggle in the afternoon, but it has been a shortened game, 6 overs. Do we anticipate for a more spirited fight from the Mburo Blasters?
Like we've said, and we've seen in this game, they did so well in the start, but the last 2 overs, those calls that were made to bring in 2 spinners, it's what really cost them. And again, you can't judge a team after playing a shortened format game. There is a lot that changes when you're playing more overs. 20 overs we are likely to play in the afternoon, so they have a lot to change in that. And the intensity of the game, having increased the number of overs, also tends to be different. The batters won't come that more aggressive like they do in the short format of 6 overs, like we saw with Musamali, rather with Malisa. So it is all about how well do they go back to the drawing board and try and erase out the errors that they did. The coaches, the captain, they need to think of the combinations. It is a new team. It is a young side. So it is all about how well do they reorganize themselves to come in and compete at this stage.
Had it all there. The Choga Avengers win their second game of the inning of the tournament by 21 runs against the Mburo Blasters. Will be back in the afternoon. Stay with us as we shall be getting back for that afternoon game. And meanwhile, shortly we shall play the match interview shortly. edition of the Great Lakes T20 Women's Tournament. But first, let me welcome Jimia Mohammed, the captain for Mburo Blasters. So hard luck, Jimia Mohammed, for this. It has been your opening game of the tournament, and you started off with the back foot. How do you feel, and how is the mood like in the camp?
Well, for now, I actually feel good because it wasn't the result we expected. But for now, we take the positives and we shall learn from the negatives. So we look forward to improving in the evening. So we take the lessons for now.
Yeah, you have a double header. What is the message like after now getting? You have a chance to sort of bounce back into the tournament, and so what is the message like?
We are coming back stronger.
And lastly, what do you think is going to be the difference going into the afternoon game?
We shall make sure that our ballers go to the lines that we expected, and then the field positions. Make sure that we improve on our weaknesses than the previous game that we played, and then batting also we shall make sure that we improve on our batting.
Well, I wish you good luck. So you had it all. We had it all from Jimia Muhammad. Now let us have the winning captain in Kulme Egal. Congratulations, Kulme.
Thank you very much.
You getting back very strong into the tournament after that silent in the Easter series, but now 2 in a row. What does that mean for you as a captain?
I think I'm really very proud of all the girls. Everyone is trying to put in and give in responsibility. Our opening batters are trying to score the runs for us. We've seen Malisa at the end scoring sixes for us and put up a good score that we were able to come and defend.
You're having a great spell in the tournament with the ball, but you kept yourself out of the attack in this particular fixture. What was the reason behind that?
Okay, so the team plan was for the slow bowlers to first ball, and then we see anything that happens, and I would come in later.
All right, I wish you good luck in the other games. Thank you. And next is the player of the match of this third fixture of the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament between Choga Avengers and Mburo Blasters, and 2 overs at a cost of 9 runs and 3 wickets, and that is Sarah Akiteng. Sarah Akiteng, congratulations. Every day that comes and passes, you're seeming unstoppable. What is that one trick that you are putting out there?
I think I don't do much. I just bowl straight. That's what I do. I allow the batter to do the mistake. Yeah.
Okay, that's very good. 2 wins in a row. Can we start thinking maybe you're aiming for the bull's eye?
Obviously, everyone is here to actually win the trophy, so everyone is aiming at winning the trophy. Everyone is aiming at making it to the final. Yeah.
All right, we wish you good luck and hope to see you there. All right, you had it all from the players and the captains themselves, and that brings the end of the player of the match presentations. We shall be getting back for the 4th and last game of the day.
already had a successive game in the morning, despite having a reduced over game. But now we have a chance to play all the 20 overs. The stage is set for the two teams that are looking for a victory in this tournament. They've all lost to rather one game. Now it lays a good platform for them to come in and pick up a victory. Before we go for the toss, let me introduce what transcended in the middle with the toss with my partner there.
Two sides are searching for a strong response after disappointing starts, but this afternoon presents the perfect chance to bounce back. Joining me for the toss is Janet Mbabazi for Victoria Strikers, Jimia Mohammed for Mburo Blasters, and Kamukama, the match official, and Janet will toss. Heads is the call. And tails it is. So Janet, you win the toss. What's your choice? And why?
The wicket looks much better than yesterday. A bit of sun is out and it looks a bit dry for us to, put up a good score.
Very fresh from winning the Easter series as a captain. You've had a bad start to the tournament already. What is the mood like in the camp?
I think that as a team we take so many positives from yesterday's game. Quite a good bowling displays and some fielding displays. So I think for us, even despite the loss, I think we had some good things, and we just hope to bring it into this game. I think yesterday we just shot a few runs, and that's something that we've discussed as a unit, and we'll work on.
Wish you good luck. All right, you've lost the toss. What could have been your decision?
Well, the toss is still on our side. It's still on our favor, so we also wanted to field first.
Bad start to the tournament. What is the plan moving into this fixture?
Well, the bad start doesn't define us, so we bounce back stronger.
All right, we wish you good luck in the afternoon. Well, the news from the center is Victoria Strikers win the toss and they'll be batting first.
And that's the news from the middle. Victoria Strikers win the toss. They are hoping at thinking about rather a victory in the first for their first time in this tournament. The captain very confident of the decision there. We saw how the wicket behaved in the first game of the morning. We seem to be supporting the spinners. We saw the Avengers going for 4 spinners in that shortened over game that saw them pick up the second victory. And now we are here to see how the captains play out the bowlers. We saw a lot of promising bowlers for the Blasters despite losing against the Warriors, rather the Avengers. And now this is the stage. And my name is Aljuna Fortunate, not alone in the commentary box. I'm with Yasin, who was at the toss. Welcome, Yasin, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Fortunate. Very sun that's really blazing out there. In your images there, that's the Arena Mall, one of the very iconic malls around the capital. But just going back to the game itself. Yes, I feel maybe Janet Mbabazi's decision to bat first is made play in their favor, but not to put away, to go to be led very away from the game. We have to remind you that we've so far had, as you said earlier on, we've had low scoring games. We had a 50, a 29, and that is in the morning. But we just look at the previous games yesterday. We had 93, and then 97. We had 76, and then a 77. So we need to first see how the first 6 overs will play out, and then that can really tell us what will probably go on moving forward. But that's there, Kakande, the Mburo Blasters coach in your images.
Like I said, the Mburo Blasters is constituting of mostly youngsters, the players that were in Ginger for the High Performance Cup after the Skyview Girls Cricket Week tournament in Gulu. A number of players were selected for that High Performance Cup in Ginger, and Kakande was the head coach there, rather was the coach for the girls, and has followed on from here. You can see it is another platform to prepare the girls to go on and play in Tanzania for the World Cup qualifiers Division 2. So it means a lot for the youngsters, and they have to take this tournament so much into consideration because the selectors are watching, the coaches is in there with them, and they need to grab this moment and capitalize on that.
There for you, Bakunzi Derek, the man in charge of the Victoria Strikers. Yes, as you said, the Mburo Blasters it's more of a makeup of those under 19 and school select side. But yes, and that means definitely would give the cutting edge to the Victoria Strikers side, especially when they are led by the Victoria Pals and a very experienced player in Janet Mbabas, who has really discovered his, I think, his form for life, her form for life, batting top of the order. And there she's being partnered by, of course, Ruth, the wicketkeeper batter, and also a very stable batter on her very good days from Ginger Aces.
Yeah, you can see that the changes trying to bring in Ruth up the order after yesterday scoring 17 runs from 22 balls. You get a sense that they didn't get a good start up the order, given that Janet scored only 4 runs, Ilora Joan scored 2 runs. So you get a feeling that it was the top order that didn't give them the start, because the number 4 and number 5 came in and contributed a mammoth partnership of 24. So you get a feeling that if you get a good start, that's what they are hoping to get at the moment. That's why they bring Ruth at top of the order and trying to make sure that they get the good start, because it's always the power play that dictates the flow of the game.
Yeah, it should be a very good contest from the free-flowing youngster in Mutoni Irene Agnes, her senior and skipper in Janet Mbabas. There you go.
Right, so we're there from Janet, but a dot ball in it. But you could see that she was in a good shape there to play that into point area.
Just look at that movement she generated off that pitch after. You could know we are in for a very hot contest between this youngster and her captain.
Oh, played on the back foot here. Now trying to bowl it straighter. And it's another dot ball. 2 dot balls start you over. Get a feeling that the previous ball bounced so well, but this time round kept down a little bit. It could be an indication that you don't have to trust the bounce of the surface.
I feel Janet has sort of is giving more respect to Mutoni. Could it be possibly maybe because of the scores they got yesterday? Because you look at that previous ball, was a short ball that she could have easily maybe gone across, maybe just taken on in the on, but she has decided to simply just put it down. You look at the previous over, it was a full pitched up, well pitched up ball. She could have easily gone through the line, but once again decided to defend that. So I feel she has maybe opted to go for the respect for Mutoni.
Again, going back into the crease, so big step backwards and dropping, like you said, the respect. You could feel that maybe she's trying to get her eye in, play some time, because it's always about playing out the overs. Yesterday, yes, they played out the overs, but scored 20 runs, despite losing the early wicket. Now, what about if the openers give or set a tone for the other batters? So you have to play out the overs like she's doing at the moment. Played so well there. Shuffling her body there to play that ball into covers. And that's one already for Janet and 1 to the Toto. Now Ruth Mwanga, lately played for Gayaza High School in the recently completed Skyview Girls Schools Week tournament. And now here she is to open the batting, play along the captain for the Victoria Pulse. A very good exposure there she's having. And a solid look there. One over done and dusted with only one run gotten from it. A very good start for the Blasters. Their start hasn't always been bad. Looking at the score here. The new bowler. Ball from the Ginger Road, starting in so well. Straight up to the stumps, but played so well. A strong forward defense there from the captain. She's looking not to be in a hurry.
That's sometimes what happens, especially if you're used to being in winning situations. Sort of, you want to go back to the defensive mode. Sort of allow yourself get into the game and maybe bring back your good run, your form for runs. Yeah. So I feel that is what she has sort of thought of, and maybe she also wants to protect. Yesterday we saw how the side was sort of collapsing, so sort of protect the side from that, and maybe give Nampina the chance to go in a little later and maybe strike at the ball.
That's always her go-to shot there, the on-drive. She looks so confident playing the on-drive, but it's a dot ball straight to the field at long off, rather mid-on. The dot ball bowling so well here. 3 dot balls to the captain. And one thing, Yasin, is that you don't have to suffer so many dot balls. Even when there she goes, you don't have to suffer so many dot balls. Hit straight back over the bowler's head and picking a boundary. That's a much needed boundary and a confidence build at the moment.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. We've seen Janet Mbabas utilizing that particular shot in the Easter series, T20 Easter Women series. She successfully used that one. But there you go, just a couple of steps down there, and that sat right into the mid, straight into the screen for 4 runs. So that's a great cricketing shot there from Janet Mbabazi.
One thing that Ochen has to be cautious about is the run out. 2 times we've seen her trying to go for a run, taking an early start, but she has always come back in time. It's only that how long can you get away with that? Beautiful there, beautiful from the captain. A single on that occasion, and a single to finish up the over. A very good over there, going for a couple of runs, and it's 10 for the loss of 1 wicket. Sorry, it's forgive us for these figures, the statistics there, but we are going to make sure that we correct everything. The score reads 6 for the loss of no wicket after 2 overs.
When you look at the sort of runs and maybe rush that Elizabeth is in, sort of that really explains the naivety that comes with being a young, and that's where the extra coaching that is outside the field and experience, and that's where actually the saying that goes, experience is the best teacher. As you get on playing and playing more cricket, you get to understand such things that we don't need to rush. You're batting alongside Janet Mbabazi, so you need to see how is she going about her business. Wow, what a good, what a beauty in bowling. You can see that how much movement Mutoni is generating. There you go once again. She's extremely making the housekeeper extremely uncomfortable with the kind of movement she's generating. So kudos to the young girl in Mutoni.
And that could be the reason as to why Janet opted to go on straight. We saw how fast she was to take that run on the last ball of the previous over to make sure that she faces more of the balls. With it given and punished, it gets the much deserved punishment that it was calling for. And Janet is dealing in boundaries already. 2 boundaries in 2 over.
That was really strike. Of course, an error in length and width and line and punished for 4 runs from Janet Mbabazi. That's where you tell more about experience that Janet Mbabazi, just fortunately speaking about what you've just said, that Janet Mbabazi had made sure that she's off strike to protect Elizabeth from Mutoni, but Swedith gifted and that smashed straight into the screen. Should be 4 runs. Yes, that was a really crashing shot from Janet Mbabazi, and that's what experience brings onto the table. But she's seeming to be in some sort of pain.
She really seems to, because even the previous boundary she picked, you could see her head down and trying to hold on the shoulder. But one thing I've loved about Janet is how good she has played straight to the screen, hitting the side screen. And now 2 boundaries she's hit so straight. Those are really good and commanding shots there from the captain. And another gorgeous cover drive there. They are calling for 2, and they stand a chance for 2. The chase, oh, good running there. Good running by the captain. She wasn't conflicted to take the second run, but she made it home in time. You can see there the pain holding her shoulder there. Not a good indication from here.
So far, it's been a very good battle between Janet and her young player in Mutoni. First over, Mutoni managing to just give away 1 run, but now we are seeing in her second spell still bowling to only Janet Mbabazi. It's 10 runs off the over so far. So very fantastic battle between the 2 players.
Yeah, it has really been a good contest. And finishing up the 3rd over, reading 16 for none after 3. A very good start. They will love this, the strikers. Good lines there, really good lines. Oh, a misfield there from the wicket keeper, and gives them a bye there, signaled by the umpire. But that will be a good sight for the strikers. The captain is on strike right now, and the bowler bowling from the Ginger Road end, Mokita Asia, bowled decently, went for only 4 runs. Rather 5 runs in the first over. Open blade there, trying to go hard. This isn't the intent that she started with. You can feel that she's in pain and she's wanting to put some runs that she can get.
You'd want to think maybe when you look at her scores yesterday, I think the principle was to sort of shake off those nerves after disappointing display. But that's up in the air. Should be really going for 4 runs. No, that's easy 2 runs there for Janet Mbabazi. You would think she was just looking at sort of allow herself play a couple of overs, but not deviating away from the from her role actually as a more attacking batter up front. So that's really great. But the question is still remains how far she can go with that painful shoulder.
Creating room this time round. This time we will get the four. Created the room to allow her arms to go through the shot, and she gets the boundary. Proper batting here from the captain. Good cricketing shots we are seeing.
That was well a gift. Fully pitched up. She just cleared the left leg towards the legs and just created that enough room and just smashed through that, racing all the way for 4 runs. Very well batted from Janet Mbabazi.
Alright, this time round through covers, and it will go to the boundary for 4. 4 more it is. Really good batting here from the captain, taking on Mukite Aisha at the moment. Easy pickings, I might say.
Very easy pickings. This time round, same length, but again, error in line, and then all getting the punishment from Janet Mbabazi, who is now on the song.
Team having 23 runs and Janet having 22 runs. You get a feeling that she's scoring so well. And now a soft touch, and she won't get the strike. Wanted to get the strike for the next over, but another good over it is. 11 runs from it, and after 4 overs, 27 for 9 is the score.
So you would once again give credit to Janet Mbabazi for not, you can look at the end of that ball, and when you look at how she was doing it previously, she was not that desperate to squeeze in that single to get on strike, because as you said earlier on that she wanted to really protect Elizabeth from Mutoni, who was really lethal in the way she was bowling, generating that movement. So she sensed there is no way Mutoni would be getting back into the attack after the 2 overs, because they needed someone to cover the they needed to use her up in the inning. So that's once again credit to Janet Mbabazi for such accurate and efficient reading of the game.
Now it will be a bowling change from the Shell end. The third bowler comes in, and that is Ariago Michelle, bowling to Acheng, who is yet to get off the mark. Trying to sweep that, but not quite tamed. And it's a dot ball to start with for Ariago Michelle.
Yeah, good confidence from the young player there in Janet. She's not timid. Even if she just got into the game, she's on there already, giving it back to the bowlers.
That's in the gap, and they will try to take 2, and they will get the 2 runs. It was in the gap for some time. The field at long on is straighter, almost straighter to the screen. So she had to put in long yards there to cover the field. And 2 she will get, and off the marker she is already. Swept once more. Attempted the sweep shot in the first place and didn't connect. This time round connects for 1.
So I feel this is the kind of support role Janet would actually want from a youngster like Elizabeth. That sort of role, she's not taking a lot of high risks, but just those calculated risks, and giving Janet, easing the pressure off Janet.
To straighter this time round, but there is protection in the deep, and they will only get 1. And I love the idea that Janet is trying to get down the ground and reach on the bounce of the ball.
Yeah, Janet is really fond of that shot. You saw that. You were part of that Easter series, so she did a lot of that shots. It's a tool that she would really want to keep moving forward.
Oh, the finger goes up without even the appeal. Straight away, the finger goes up and the first wicket falls. 3 times she has attempted the sweep shot, and this time round it has led to her demise. She will be disappointed for going across the line there. And 1 wicket falling for 31.
There you go once again. Very well pitched up into the line, and yes, giving out. I feel that was not really necessary at this point of time. You've got 3 runs off the very bowler. You're already in a very strong position. 31 runs for one, for no loss in the 4th over. Why exactly are you going? Just give us, as a youngster, give yourself the chance to bat longer. You have a captain there who's doing the aggressiveness, and there she goes. Unfortunately, she has to be marching back, but she had really a great chance to really play out herself this afternoon.
Ilora, who has been brought down a position, coming in at number 3. Yesterday she opened, she didn't do so well. Now coming in to bat at number 3, standing a chance to make amends for her yesterday's batting. Arriaga Michelle already having 1 wicket. Up she goes for a big drive, and she will get off the mark. Oh, they are taking the second run, and quick running between the wicket there. And 2 runs into the account. She is Ilora. And that will be the end of the 5th over. 33 for the loss of 1 is the score. Looking at the wicket that fell for Acheng, most times even the fielders thought that maybe there wasn't that big chance, but the umpire was quite sure and rose his finger straight away with not even a pew there from the fielders. But into the bowling change, Tino Sara, who was expensive in the morning, bowling from the Ginger Road, and this time round taken on straight away. But Mercy Tracy in the deep, doing the collection. I tell you, they are liking the bowling of Tino Sara. We saw how Melissa capitalized on her bowling, flighting it up in the air and bowling into the slot. She was really taken on. She was expensive for 2 overs, going for at an economy of 12. They are big turn. You can see some patch of the surface, and Ilora trying to drive through covers, which most times the off spinner would love.
Yeah, definitely. I feel maybe Tino Sara, she could just adjust on the length. I feel she's pulling it right in the right space, but what she needs to adjust is the length, and you could see more. There you go. Just a small adjustment. However, she changed her line, but just the point of length was right spot on, and you could see the trouble that Ilora had to face.
Again, trying to drive in covers, not always is a good option there. You have to really time the ball to drive through covers. Most times you'll see a batter being bowled through the arc. And look at that. And the dot ball, a good over from Tino Sara, only going for 1. And score 34 for 1 after 6.
Just loving those continuous mid-over, mid-innings conversations for Janet Mbabazi towards her partner. That really, it's good. It gives that sense of direction to the young player. I wish she had done that earlier on. Unfortunately, she didn't get the chance because it was at that very ball that Elizabeth had to go off. But a very great start from Janet Mbabazi, very great leadership in there.
Ariago Michelle continuing from the shell end with now field restrictions to fall at the boundary. She's trying to put the right fielders in the right place. The captain also well known for sweeping, and we saw four sweep shots played against Michelle in the previous over. And now three fielders on the onside. Deep mid wickets and deep square leg, tight close together. And trying to use her feet there, the captain. Not reaching the bounce of the ball this time round. And she will have to depart for 28 runs from 24 balls. And now another big wicket falling.
Yeah, that's a very, very massive wicket for Borough Blasters. You would want to think this could be a changing point in this game, if at all Nampina does not come to the occasion. But there you go, you would feel it was really, really unnecessary. There was nowhere closer to the ball, and drift there coming into play. And there you go, Janet Mbabas, of course, playing that heavy loss, had that heavy price for the team. But nevertheless, she has to be marching back with a squad 34 for 2, and in comes Nampina.
Stefan yesterday tried to stand tall for her team, build a partnership that was much deserved. And now she comes in at number 4, where the foundation has been laid by the openers. 24 runs, 33 runs in the power play. And now after the power play, immediately the field has been opened, a wicket falling. Now she needs to settle into the game, try to hit to the sweepers, run hard between the wickets, because we are quite fond of this tournament not having so many runs. So if you see your team to 100-run mark, that will be a very respectable total. And round the pad she goes straight away, and she will be off the mark.
Once again, going back to that dismissed LBW, when you look through the laws, there is nowhere umpire is really mandated to give out, unless maybe we couldn't hear the shout out down in the ground. But as an umpire, you know we are mandated to give out unless the fielders inquire, make a formal appeal, and which is how is that. But in this case, I really doubt if, unless you saw that. But nevertheless, that was out. That is straight into the pads. And great fielding there from Mukite Asha. Brilliant fielding there. That was really surely racing to the boundary. But Aisha coming in to the defense of that boundary. Very, very exceptional fielding from there from Aisha.
Again, if we are to come back to the wicket of the captain, when she tries to come down the wicket, you would see how she applied herself, trying to hit over the fielder who was in the inner circle, the long or rather the mid off, and in the end, a patch of the surface. Even when you're playing against the spinners, when you advance down the ground, you have also to play with the spin, which she didn't do in that on that occasion. Deep into the crease she goes, Stefan. Another good delivery from Ariago Michelle, and finishing up the over with a dot ball, but most importantly, a wicket fell in that over, and 38 after 7 for 2. That's the wicket. She creates room and trying to go across the lane. The ball was too straight to the stumps, and she created a lot of room on that. Another save there in the deep. So much happened in that over. A wicket and a great save in the deep. But Tino Sara will continue from the Ginger Road end.
Could you feel that possibly that dismissal for Janet Mbabas could have been an impactor of the shoulder? Maybe it sort of restricted the extension of the arms towards. First of all, do you think that the choice of shot was right? And if yes, could it be because of the constant pain that could have possibly restricted the extension of the arms towards the ball?
I feel that she had the right intentions coming down the ground, up in the air this time round, and it will land in the no man's area there, and she will get away with that. Coming back the point that, for me, in my own opinion, it wasn't the hurting shoulder that forced her to play that shot, despite we saw the intent from her. But she tried to create room in the first place and play over the middle, the mid-off fielder. And in the end, the bowler bowled a decent ball that you can't get under and bowled it a little bit wide. Though she came down the ground, creating much room, and she couldn't get anywhere close to the ball. Another run there.
We're seeing another quick sharp runs there from the two batters in Stefan Nampina alongside Ilora. You would want also to think possibly the fielder there was quite a touch slow, because if you look at that, there was a possible chance for run out. If you look at how they took that run, there was some level of hesitation, but nevertheless they managed to go away with that.
Again, looking at that delivery, Stefan stepping forward and trying to block the ball, but getting the inside edge, you could feel that there is some turn off the surface, and the batters should be well aware of the turn. She's a big turn of the ball.
That's tossed up in there, swiped through, Gomos racing to the boundary. 2 runs for themselves. Slow outfield playing, coming into play. That could have possibly been a 4 anyway around a quick outfield.
I tell you, that was a really brilliant shot, cricketing shot against the turn, but aiming it so well over the inner fielder. Though the outfield did have some disservice in that, because it deserved to go for a boundary. Really brilliant, but it's about how long can you play against the turn, because we saw that inside edge.
That was a short one, but bounce there. Cramping, not offering enough bounce for Ilora to pounce on that one. Tino Sara should be really lucky for that, or that could have easily been put to the onside. Change of lines onto the off. There's a call for 2 runs. Beautiful throw there from Girish. What a throw. A real, even boys you could possibly see struggles with such a perfect throw.
Yeah, a very good throw there from the deep by Nabli McGringish.
Tossed up in there in the channel. Beautiful bowling there from Tino Sara. That's the kind of comeback you want to see from the youngster. And closing out the 8th over with 43 for 2.
Eight overs done, but you made the point that it's a good way to come back for the youngster. We saw how expensive she was in the first game, where they lost, going for 24 runs in 2 overs. And now the captain, the mantra goes to the captain, and the thanks go to the captain, because he has trusted her so well. Most times the captain would think maybe you were expensive in the first game, maybe you're having a bad day, but the captain has trusted her. Look at the economy right now, 3 and bowled 2 overs and going for just 6. That's very much appreciated there from the captain, Jimmy Muhammad. And now another bowling change. Namagomba Sheila replacing Ariago Michelle.
Continuing, she strays down the side for an extra run for the for the Victoria Strikers, she's not had the great of our best of start you'd expect from Sheila. But we get to see she just got into her first spell of this afternoon, up in the air towards towards the extra cover.
I tell you, the tournament being named as the Great Lakes Cricketing Tournament T20 for women, you get a sense that 4 teams have been named after the Great Lakes of Uganda, the lakes of Lake Victoria, Lake Imboru, Lake Kyoga, and Lake Munyonyi. And it is Victoria taking on Mboru. Lake Victoria is the largest freshwater lake in Africa and the second largest freshwater lake in the world. A lake formed by downwarping and faulting as a result, and bordering, rather shared by 3 nations: Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. And if you love touring around Uganda or around the world, Uganda is the pearl of Africa, having a lot to offer, ranging from birds, water, mountains, culture, food, everything you love. Come visit Uganda. But back to the action. 46 for the loss of 2. Stefan Nampina going big on the onside, getting an inside edge there. Won't get the much deserved boundary that she was looking for, but it's another single to her total. Oh, and the indication there, you get a feeling that there was a big patch there, but the umpire indicating that those are 2 wides.
That's the Sheila continuing with her struggles. Tossed up in the air, wrong line this time round, dispatched. Should be, but nowhere close to that. Aisha in there in the deep, doing great work there, and easily picking out 2 runs there from Ilora. Sheila out of ideas as what could be happening after that momentum debut in the Easter Series, and going on captaining the Gingers very handsomely in the Girls Schools Cricket Week. Here the struggles are short. Very, very lucky to go away with that. Could have easily raced to the boundary, but very lucky for Sheila.
So of the 2, who was lucky, Sheila or the batter? Because the batter also missed out being bowled out there.
Of course, there you go. Of course, that you can just see that's a short ball onto the borderline. Easy work. That could, if it was into the bat, you could easily have seen that to the boundary. But that brings the end of the 9th over with a score 54 for 2. Arena Mall, one of those great malls you'd love to be around. Just a couple of meters away from where we are here. Doesn't take more than 10 minutes to be the Nampina there. She knows she has got a big role to play in these innings. 51 on the scoreboard. Would you want to think that the Victoria Strikers have in a more stronger positions? Or up in the air, a gift there. And Stefan Nampina's partner has to be departing.
Yeah, we have been accustomed to seeing wickets falling on the first ball of the over. We saw the captain losing her wicket on the first ball of Ariago Michel's bowling, and now Biribawa coming in to bowl her first over, and the first ball, Ilora Joan going for a big shot and losing her wicket. A very bad way to get out. The left-hander bowling to the right-hander and ending caught at point or gully. That always shows you that you have played either across the lane or you haven't tamed the ball, or you haven't played with the turn, having a look at that, bowling around front of the open blade there, you can see that she's opening the blade and again not going on the onside, twisting the bat around, getting the top edge in this occasion. The new batter comes in. Flighted up in the air. Oh, another miscue. And taken at covers.
Another small display from the Mburo Blazers, with the new batter giving a catching practice there for the Mburo Blasters there.
And very loose ball there. Full toss again. Look at that panga from Hope Sheila Mbaizi trying to go on the onside, but that didn't quite go well for her. Another angle from the production team here. A very good take at covers. She has really been a good fielder, Tino Sarah, at covers. We saw in the first innings that stop from Malisa Ricota, now taking that catch. And Sheila, oh, she will have to go back. And now in comes Ruth Mwanja, the one who built a partnership yesterday with Stefan Nampina. The best they got yesterday of 24. Now she comes in again trying to look at getting that partnership. But so far, not a bad start for the Victorias. But it's only about how well does Bilbao bowl. Already a hat-trick ball.
Could she take it? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What could it have been? What could it have meant for Mariam in her career? That was very, very close and very, very well bowled from Mariam, coming back stronger after that very disappointing display in the morning, and she is turning the tables for the Victoria Strikers, turning tables for the Victoria against the Victoria Strikers, just to get you back in that morning game. She went for 10 in that over and sort of brought the Choga Avengers into the game, and here she is almost meeting out on a hat-trick.
I tell you, going back to that hat-trick ball delivery, you could feel that there was something missed by the captain. Most times you see captains trying to build pressure on the new batter, trying to bring a slip fielder in play to make sure that they absorb what is happening there. They show that there is something happening. A hat-trick is coming. So had there been a slip fielder, she would have picked the hat-trick.
Once again, that goes back, but very well ball for Mariam. Good, strong comeback in the afternoon. That goes back to the awareness of the captain, but you'd forgive her. As I said, I was saying once again, goes that experience the best teacher. She's just growing through the ranks in terms of leadership. So these are the small things that she gets to understand with time. But your team, Aboji, you're fond of doing the same. How would you rate in terms of its success? But straying down into the pads, smashed off for a single from Nampina. That could have, if it had more direction into that shot, could have easily raced to the boundary. But that closes out the 10th over with 53 for 4.
The dugout in your frame there for the Victoria Strikers. Not half faces, you will see. But with these two batters, more so Stefan Nampina, very well tested. Now at 3 from 9, Sheila continuing from the shell end. She gave away 4 extras in her first over. And in the morning, she bowled 1 over and gave out 2 extras, a no ball and a wide.
Oh, very good bowling there. Good comeback. Very good comeback from Sheila Namagoba. And very bold move from Jimia Muhammad. Very, very bold move in a very critical moment. She has decided to bring back Sheila. And she's paying back the trust. But this time round, was that a leg by or came off the bat? You would feel that she's possibly getting back into the rhythm, and you'd want to really credit Jimmy Muhammad for being bold. Any other captain would have easily put Sheila out of the attack, but very good bold move from Jimmy Muhammad.
Yes, coming back to your point and the question that you asked about Abojos using the attacking field, most times you will find three fielders in the slip cordon. You will find only one batter, rather fielder, on the onside. And we have always used the attacking field. That is in the ODI. But if you're to look at the stats, how many teams have been bowled for less than 150 runs? Those are most of the teams that we have played against. That shows that the attacking field has always worked for Avojo, and it has always paid off.
Tossed up in the air, offered length there, and that is smashed. And it is the second maximum of the tournament from Ruth. Very, very brilliant power, sheer power onto that one, and sent all the way for 6 runs.
Strong wrist there. Strong wrist. You can see that flatted up in the air and falling in the slot, hitting with the turn. We saw her hit a 6 yesterday, the similar shot. It tells you that she is trusting her strength. He's trusting her strength so well. And she has capitalized on the balls that are bowled in her zone. And the dot ball finished up the over. Another good over for them. 8 runs from it. And after 11 overs, the score reads 61 for the loss of 4.
Very great batting there. You'd just like it seemed Sheila was getting into the rhythm. Ruth had other plans, sending all the way to the boundary. But here comes Sarah from the Kampala end zone, bowling side, and she had a great fast over. She is back into the attack. It was really, I was really looking at Janet Mbabas with the way she first of all started and then going on to change the gears. Great cricketing shows that with a lot of dominance onto the shots. I was looking at the first half century of the tournament and possibly a century.
If I'm to put you on the spot here, Yasin, you watched Stefan Nampina playing as an opener for the Victoria Pauls in the recently concluded the tournament for the Victoria Pauls. This time round, up in the air, a chance of catching there and taken easily by Mercy Tracy. And the 5th wicket falling. Oh, she won't have to live long there. Trying to go for a big shot. But how well do you play the left arm spinner bowling away from you? So it's much of a challenge. We saw it's the similar length that she hit for a 6 off Sheila. But because Sheila was an off spinner, it was kind of easy for her. So it is all about the skill set that these youngsters have. I would have preferred seeing her hitting with a turn on the offside. But when she grows up, she will have to know that.
Another continuous, prolonged conversations from Nampina to the new batter there. I feel the energy. She's now feeling that she's running out of partners. That she would have liked to sort of set a tone for the side. Mariam once again continuing to make a statement in the innings. There's a call for an appeal there, but not interested from Gloria. Tossed up in the air. And the single sneaked out in there.
Coming back to my question, Yassine, I was trying to ask, how do you see the change in roles for Stefan have affected her game? We saw her opening for the Victoria Pals and did so well in that tournament. And now she's coming in back to the position she was used to playing before opening in that series. But she hasn't really played so well. Yesterday scored 16 runs. And now you get a feeling that she isn't really getting a good tournament. You see the run rate that she's scoring at, the strike rate that she's scoring at. She's taking some much time to build her innings. What do you make of that? But before you answer that, it's another end over. We shall be seeing another bowling change. Sheila bowls only 2 overs and she is replaced by Ariago Michelle. I certain.
Well, sometimes what happens, we've seen that happen. Just take you just the resting situation with the Australian test side. The Australian hierarchy there are pretty very desperate to have the talent of Cameroon Green being into that XI, and unfortunately or fortunately his best position being number 4. So when you they actually tried out having Smith stepping up the order because of his experience. So I feel with players like Hope Mbeza into this side, who are naturally number 3s or number 1, and then number 3 in Hope Mbeza, and then Elizabeth, who's a wicket keeper batter, and Emo, also an opening batter. You'd feel, I think the management has taken it in that way that Nampina sort of drop and have a look at these youngsters. So I feel it's more of that experimenting to see, to look at these youngsters at this point, at this kind of stage.
Very well said. Ariago Michelle bowling so well. Lona Anyait really off the mark. Stefan Nampina 4 from 13. And it's Anyait on strike. 2 full for her. Trying to dig that one. And it's another dot ball. 2 in this over.
Feels like the game has already slowed down after those quick wickets. Very well bowled, good lines and length now when you look at how much the wicket is offering. But that brings the end of the 13th over with a score at 65 for 5. Seven overs to go. 35 runs required to get to the century mark for the Victoria Strikers. They have such a formidable side. Are they in position to make that? Stephen Nampina still on the wicket alongside Lona. Straight into the pads. Swept. Boundary, should be getting to the boundary. Oh my goodness. What a full-hearted fielding from the young girl there in the deep. Beautiful fielding there. Great bowling there, just straying into the pads. Jimmy Muhammad opting to continue with Mariam to have those breakthroughs coming and coming.
I get a feeling that she hasn't connected any ball at the moment, Stefan. Even with that shot trying to sweep, she didn't connect it so well.
Good comeback there from Mariam. She was very lucky in that previous ball that could have easily raced to the boundary, but very lucky there. Get much back onto that. Tossed up into stumps now. Very great line. If she can just continuously pitch that ball into the lines of the wickets, I feel she will have a chance at a 5-wicket hold this afternoon in Mariam Biribawa.
Lona Anyait now on strike. Oh, another fine edge there. No slip whatsoever. And they will get 2 runs. You get a feeling that there has been a lot of uncontrolled shot off Biribawa's bowling. She has always challenged the off stump there, rather the outside edge for the batters. And she's really bowling tight lanes. Tight lanes. She isn't giving the batters any room to open up their hands. And she has played with the stumps. And she's extracting the surface, rather the bounce off the surface. Very good bowling there from Biribawa Mariam.
Another one there.
You could see that she was trying to buy a wicket on this occasion, flighting it up in the air and bowling it wide. Thought that maybe she would get the batters to play across the line and get the outside edge. But a good ball to finish up the over, 1 run to finish the over, 6 from that, and 7-1 for 5 after 14. And it is turning out to be a very good inning for the Victoria Strikers, given that yesterday they didn't score so many runs. They didn't go past the 70 run, rather the 76 run mark. And now they do have the opportunity. They still have 5 wickets in hand. But most importantly for the Blasters is that Irene Mutonyi in your frame there will come to bowl her third, bowl decently in the first overs, despite her second over going for 10, courtesy of those brilliant shots from the captain through the offside and straight back to the bowler's head. But now she comes in to bowl the 15th over, and it's Lona Anyait on strike.
Oh my goodness, that's a beautiful ball. Credit should go to Jimia Muhammad. I feel she has had the best bowling tactics of the day. At this very critical point, you would have expected any captain maybe to keep Mutoni over towards the end of the game, but she has decided to bring Mutoni in the middle of a situation whereby at this point a collapse can be forced, and Mburo Blazers are back into the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mutonyi just bowling this one over, trying and break the momentum, try to make sure that the batters don't settle for the slow bowlers. Bring in one for Mutonyi and see what she has to offer. If she breaks the partnership, that would be so good. But most importantly is that she's trying to control the flow of the game. Top edge there, the chest is on in the deep. and spin off the surface, and it won't go to the boundary, but they will get the 2 runs. Slow outfield here at Lugogo today. And Irene Mutonyi not quite effective at the moment. Stefan Nampina going into the double figures now. Before this game, the most run scorer for this tournament was, and I think it still is, that is Immaculate Nampina.
Oh, in that kind of movement, you can see Mutoni is generating. You would if you just go back to that very first over, how she was troubling Janet Mbabazi. You're always asked to have to bowl a little touch fuller to force the batters to sort of come into play of the ball all the time. But this time around, you can see she has lost her control over her length, and she's offering enough width for the batters to just go after her.
Up, but this is in the air. The fielder first time misjudged it, almost went past it, and lunged back, rather pedaled back on that occasion to complete the catch. 2 full on this occasion.
There you go. Just a change into the length, and she gets spot on with that movement. That's exactly what you need. You're generating that much movement. Just get it a touch fuller. There you are. Butter gets the appetite to play at it and praise the price for that. So very great bowling there. Good comeback from Mutoni there, and a beautiful moment. Well poised game now with the 74 for 6. Nampina now, who would have been more trouble for the Mburo Blasters, is back into this dugout.
A good execution there, and that's what the captain has brought Mutoni for. She comes in and straight away delivers, and it's a much needed wicket they required, the Blasters. That of Stefan Nampina, going for only 10 runs from 19 balls. And it is the strike bowler, Erin Mutonyi. And now 4 more wickets into the all-rounders, into the tail end. And it will be Naomi Jane Amongin to come in at number 8. More handy with the ball in hand. Oh, beautiful. Really good line there. Again, asking the batter to come forward and drive, and tasting a nick there behind the keeper. But look at that. They're trying to have a word. The dot ball to finish up the over. A wicket in it. Only 2 runs taken in that. And after 15, 74 for the loss of 6. And it will be Tino Sara bowling from the Ginger Road end. Has bowled decently deep into the crease. Lona, and a dot ball to start off the over.
That's exactly what Jamia Muhammad was looking at. Nampimia getting out of the wicket and bringing the least experienced batters to sort of curb those. But there you go. Brilliant fielding there from the youngster Sheila. Very brilliant. She's compensating for the under par bowling she has had today, and sort of trying to stop those runs as much as she could. But very brilliant ball fielding from her. This is exactly what Jamia Muhammad was looking at. Bring in Mutoni and have a chance and have a chance of having Nampina go out or break that partnership. But fortunately, she was rewarded with the big wicket itself.
And now the score is tied to what the Victoria Strikers scored yesterday. 76 is what they scored, but it wasn't enough for them to defend against the Warriors. Now it's about how many can they go on and post. Scoring 76 for 9 in 20 overs yesterday. Now they still have a couple more overs, 4.3 to be specific. But how many can they add? Tino Sara not giving away freebies to the batters. Has bowled decently, going for only 7 runs in 2.4 overs. Flatted up in the air and again played straight to the fielder. And so salient there is Michel Arriago at point. And another good over from Tino Sara, striking at less than 3. Economy of less than 3 from Sara. And after 16, 76 for 6. A game that was 51 runs after 9. You could sense that they could go on and score 110 more if they continued at that run rate. But the spinners did so well, controlled the middle overs. They picked wickets at the right time, that of the captain, that of Mwanja, that of Ilora, that was also trying to show some interest, but most importantly that of Stefan, that has just fallen in the previous over. And now the captain reads it so well. The damage has been done by Mtonya, and a new bowler coming. Mukite Aisha straight away bowling the right areas. A dot ball to start with.
She's been exceptional, brilliant in the field. That big save in the deep, exceptional, very well, and you can see the energy she has started off with. So very brilliant there from Aisha Mukite.
Another challenging lane there. So challenging. But what could Naomi do at this stage? Because she's suffering so much. She has faced 4 balls and yet to get off the mark. She's letting the balls beat her. What do you do as a batter? Do you stand in on your ground and just wait for the loose ball? And desperate shot there. Played out of desperation for Jane. So many dot balls she had suffered, and the pressure had mounted on her. It really mounted on her, and she went for that heavy shot. But good enough, she went away with that.
Yes, that's exactly what when you look at how Janet sort of started the innings. And also, when you look at how Nampina was sort of trying to play, they were trying to avoid a situation whereby they expose the least experienced batters. So because now at this very point, the youngster in there is thinking about protecting that wicket, because that is the primary thing you're taught as a batter, protecting your wicket. But now you're in a situation whereby you need to protect your wicket and you need to get the runs. So as a youngster, in most cases, the situation is definitely going to get the better of you, and that explains of just that previous ball that she was facing and offered an opportunity that was fortunately put down.
And who can take away the fact that Mukite is hitting good areas, but this time round a little bit off, and an easy run out. The instant the shot was played, the sound of the bat prompted Lona Anyait to take off, and good piece of fielding at mid-wickets there by Sheila, and again holding her nerves. You would see that some fielder will attempt to go for a hunting, but in the end, just putting in an easy underarm throw to the bowler Mukita and completing, effecting that run out.
Yeah, that comes with she knows in her mind she's compensating for the kind of bowling she has had But once again, when you look at that run out, you can all see that it was all naivety. It is being inexperienced, and the situation is just overwhelming. So you can see it was just desperation about that. So very big moment for the Mburo Blasters. There you go. There you go. There you go. That is call is actually meant to be for the striker, but she blindly goes into the run, and she has to be matching back.
Talking about the naivety, Lona Anyait has played for the Victoria Pals, has made her debut. So I just feel that it's that patch in play that you get, given that she has finished her Form 6 and now in vacation. She has had time to train with the Victoria Pals, and again, having been in that rough play as a player where runs aren't coming for you, and it is this moment that she is continuing to be in a tough spot. Sarah Walaza coming in for the Victoria, a number 9, and Tino Sarah continuing to bowl her 4th over. She has really done so well. So it will be only good if she picks a wicket from here to wrap up her good spell. And another tight line there. Oh, Mercy Tracy looking for the ball, but was all up, over her head there. But Sarah gets off the mark.
Yes, Fortunate, you speak about her being on the Victoria Pals, but when you still look at the kind of how she went into that run is actually meant to be called by from the striker's end. Is the one who has the best view of that particular call. So you expect someone with a lot of you wouldn't see that happening with a person like Janet Mbabazi with the kind of experience she has. So much as she's been at the national team, she has still a long way to still learn such such avoidable mistakes.
Good lines there from Tino. And Naomi is really desperate of getting runs. 1 from 10 she has. But she has been relentless, Tino Sarah. Bowled in the right areas. And now a single to finish up her beautiful spell. Her 4 allotted overs are done. And only 8 runs from the 4 overs. What a good display it has been from her. Make that 9 with that single. But after 18, 80 for 7 is the score. Into the penultimate over of this inning, and it will be a Riago Michelle, another handy spinner who has bowled so well, hit the right areas, picked a crucial wicket of the captain, and now she comes in to bowl her last over. Look also at her figures, 2 wickets to her name and 11 runs. Bowling to Jen. Pitch up this same round, played with the dropping wrist there, dropping the elbow, trying to access the on-field. A big gap between the bowler and mid-wicket fielder. But most times she has looked to drive the ball, but always playing on the up. Look at that. Big shot this time round, up in the air. It won't carry. The fielder waited for the ball to carry, not creating the moment, turning the half chance into a chance. And she's disappointed, holding her face. But off the strike she goes, Naomi, and it will be Sarah Walaza. Yesterday was really good with the ball. She put in a very good bowling display, fielded so well, but she couldn't take her team to the finishing line. Beautiful, beautiful cover drive. Beautiful cover drive. You can't tell that is a drive of a full-time bowler. Played so well as a batter on the up. Driven so well and beating the fielders on the offside. Because the mid-off fielder was in the ring, the covers, so only played so fine. Welcoming boundary for her.
I feel the Victoria strikers management missed out a point on Sarah Walaza to at that very critical point. They could have sent her to at that point where after the fall when Nampina was losing out on partners, you would want to say, basing on her experience, you could want to give her, she could have possibly handled that situation much more better than some of those young players who came in at that point of time. You can see she's gotten a little bit late, and you can see already the level of impact she's having onto the game. But that brings out the end of the 19th over with a score 86 for 7.
Make a great point there. Yesterday, she came in at number 7, Sarah Wallace, and scored 11 runs. And now coming in at number 9, 2 positions down, and already having 6 runs from 4 balls, ahead of Naomi Jane Amongin, who has faced 15 balls and only scored 4. So you get a feeling that she would really have come in early. But into the last over of this inning, bowling from the different end. And it is Irene Mutonyi to bowl her 4th. She came in the middle, bowled one, and picked a crucial wicket of Stefan. And it's the reason as to why the scoring rate has gone down. And looking at the highest score in this tournament, 97. Only 10 runs short from beating that target. Oh, poor keeping there from the captain. We've seen that 2 times, with the ball popping out of her of her pads and gloves, and she has gifted away another single. A bye indicated by the umpire there, and it's most importantly Sarah Wallace on strike. Up, over Mercy. Can it go? And it's over Mercy. She was pedaling backwards and couldn't align herself under the ball in the right time. And she is disappointed. But a ball shot there from Sarah Alaza trying to go over the inner fielder. And 2 runs to her total.
There you go. Once again, you would want that is one of those catches that you would expect even the best of fielders sometimes to miss out. But just looking back at the length that Mutoni is now hitting, you're seeing that every time she's almost generating an opportunity every after a particular ball. So very credit. I think she has realized that she needs to ball to hit the line to hit a bit fuller due to the kind of lateral moving she's generating. So for it, you just want to give credit to Mutoni realizing that she needs to hit that ball a little more fuller and allow the batters to play at her. So we've seen so far she's created a couple of chances, but unfortunately,
yeah, very good over. This is turning out to be for the Victoria strikers, taking 2 runs, taking singles. They haven't suffered a dot ball. Again, looking at the replay there, most coaches will tell you for such a catch you love to go side on, other than going full chest on. you go side on, but focusing at the ball, and you reach in that exact area. At this time, the youngster Mercy Trace going backwards with the open chest, and that's the reason as to why she didn't pick up the lane so well. Beautiful fielding there. Oh, a direct hit would have been much appreciated. Again, coming to the good fielding of Tino Sarah at covers. She's picking up the ball so well at covers, and the stops have really been perfected so well for her.
Yeah. You want to give credit to the Mburo Blasters. They've had some good time in the field. So just to go back to what you're saying about that missed opportunity. Yes, I feel in my assessment, she looked at that ball that wasn't moving that fast. Sure, I think she thought she would track back pretty in time to get under that ball. But that brings the end of the first innings for the fourth game between the Victoria Strikers and Mburo Blasters, with a score at 95 for 7.
Then now the first easy job has been done for the Blasters, and the heavy job they are to do is to come and chase down the 96 runs. We saw how they crumbled batting against the Avengers in the first game, and now 96 runs. It's all about how well do they apply themselves, the youngsters. How well does the captain lead from the front? We saw her going hard after Akiteng in the morning game, trying to show intent of the first ball. But what a game it has been. In the power play, we thought that maybe the Victoria Strikers are having a great day, scoring 34 and losing 1 wicket in the power play. But the spinners came on and controlled the innings, made sure that they restricted the boundaries, and made sure that they restrict the strikers to 95 and picking 7 wickets. Tino Sarah bowled so well in there. Erin Mutonyo was exceptional despite picking 1 wicket, but bowled and hit decent lanes. Talk about Viribua, who was poised to picking a hat-trick in this tournament. Bowled so well, hit so much greater lanes, and Ariago Michelle completed her spell also with good figures. And the Mburo Blasters will come in for the second innings to chase 96 runs in 120 balls. It's about a matter of time to see whether they do match accord to the pressure that they will be presented with. But we'll come back for the second innings and see how the things unfold.
of the day and of the match between Victoria Strikers and Mburo Blasters. Of course, the Mburo Blasters wanting 96 runs to have a 50-50 situation in the day, having lost the morning game to the Avengers. But here they are tussling it out. They have a job to do in the 20 overs. Is it a safe score, Fortunate? And how is the afternoon? How have you seen the first innings?
I tell you, Yasin, that 95 is a very good score, given that the score of the tournament is soft. The scores have been low, but a 95, given that the highest score is 97 in this tournament, so a 95 really is a good competitive score in this tournament so far. And again, the experience that the Victoria have, we saw yesterday, they lost with 1 wicket, just 1 wicket, and the captain leading that side. You have the legs of Nampina, you have the legs of Sarah Walaza, so much experience in there, and you're playing against the youngsters where maturity sometimes comes in and plays a crucial role. I have one person who always says that if you see one elder person on one team, that is a lot of years, maybe a decade of years and experience. So with the captain in there, it sounds so much to the youngsters. Remember that some of the youngsters look at these stars like they are role models. So you're playing against your role models. So many things come in and affect the youngsters.
That is the tennis. In your pictures and the shell, where we commonly call the shell end, in your pictures too, the Mburo Blasters now marching onto the pair of the Mburo Blasters marching onto the wicket to have the job done. And Amuge will be opening the proceedings for the Victoria Strikers. What a hot contest are we poised for this afternoon. Two sides already losing out on their opening games. One side led by the very experienced and Victoria captain in Janet Mbabazi, who had a statement earlier in the innings and had a great contest with the youngster in Mutoni Irene. But then here they are, two batters, opening battles, very extreme talented batters from Mburo Blasters. What do you make of that opening pair between Giringish and Jimmy Muhammad?
Yeah, we saw they have played along amongst themselves so many times in the under-19. Jimmy being the captain of that side and opened along Nabulime Giringish for some good time. So it's a long-time partnership they have always had, and it's all about how well do they stay in there. One is strong, playing square the wicket, and one is strong, driving straight back to the bowler and hitting the side screen. So it's about how well do they apply their skills, and they have to get a good start. We didn't see the captain Muhammad Jimmy scoring in the first game in the morning, but now she has a chance. She was so crucial in the A side for Uganda last time in the Easter Women's T20 tournament in Entebbe. She led with the bat, and now she comes in, faces the first ball, tries to play square the wicket like she is, and a dot ball. Most times, I get a feeling that that ball was really straight, and again trying to run it down the third man. You don't stand so many chances of playing that. You have to be in a great position behind the ball and just playing with soft hands.
Oh, very well bowled there from Amuge. Brilliant bowling there from Amuge. Mounting, creating more pressure for that Jimia Abdallah. Earlier on in the first innings, we saw that contest between Irene Mutoni and Janet Mbabazi, Of course, Irene dominating the first over, but again, Janet Mbabas going on to take her on in the second over of her first spell that costed 10 runs. And here we are seeing another exciting battle between Amuge and Jimia Abdallah.
Both hail from the Sorot Cricketing Academy. So they have played with each other for some good time. And one thing that I've seen with Amuge today, Kevin, she's not really bowling to her full pace. She's looked to not have gained confidence, or she hasn't picked the hit up at the moment, but that's not really how quick she bowls.
Seeing her, of course, standing to the back of the length, do you feel that's the best option? Should really go. Okay, this time around, pitching it up full. We saw how much Irene was troubling both Aleron, Janet Mbabas, and that specific over that was brought in at around the 15th over. She created actually a couple of chances that were put down. Her bowling a little full, a touch fuller, making the batters coming to play that ball consistently. Do you feel that is the right length that Amuge should be hitting?
Very well said there. If again you are to see how Jimia plays with a vertical bat, open bat, sliced bat, angled bat. So if you see her angled bat, so if you give width to her, she will always try to play square of the wicket. So if you're Kevin and you know specifically how Jimia plays, you love to bowl straight towards her and always keep closer to her body, and there always almost play with the stumps, and there you stand a chance. But when you give her width, she will always try to use her arms and the open blade all along. 2 runs from that, and into the account she is. 2 runs in this tournament for Jimia.
Back of length once again, and this time around, bounce. Just the difference there for Jimmy Muhammad to block that out, closing out the first over with the score at 2 for none.
Yes, we saw the first over going for only 1 run in the innings, in the first innings, and now this one going for 2 runs. Get a feeling that they have started in a similar way, despite one being with 1 run above, but so many dot balls, 5 dot balls were picked in the first inning, in the first over, and also 5 wickets. So it's also about how well do they continue going from here on forward. But Sarah Walaza to bowl from the shell end. She was really brilliant yesterday in that loss they suffered against the Warriors. She bowled decently, fielded so well, and today also she had a good day with the bat. Bowling to Jimia, who has played so many balls.
There you go, pitched up, but pace off. Sarah Walaza continuing to do what Sarah Walaza is known for doing. Pace off the fast ball, pitched up, allowing the batter to continue playing at her. And this is where trouble would be for Giringish Shadia. Just as you said, loves playing with that vertical bat. But now she's going to be playing against a bowler who likes bowling it a touch more fuller and cutting all those balls, the in and out cutters. Would you think, do you see Jimia Muhammad surviving this particular spell? There you go. Very well ball there. Playing late and the ball oozing almost close, eating out that edge.
I tell you, it's a challenging spell for Jimia, in my opinion, because she will love width on the ball. But the way how Sarah Walaza plays, almost bowling too full and asking Jimia to drive. Not so much of a driver. A big shot.
Oh my goodness, a big one, but almost should be closing in. But the outfield comes into play once again for the second time in this particular match. We saw earlier on the Mburo Blazers missing out on couple of boundary due to the outfield, and here we are. That could have easily gone to the boundary, but Sarawals are continuing with her full length and the pace of the balls.
Yeah, that's a really good shot there from Jimia, going over the inner fielders.
This time round, straying into the pads and smash to the deep square leg there, boundary position there. 4 runs. Amuge was nowhere close to that. 4 runs for Jimia Abdallah.
If you were to see the wagon wheel for Jimia, again the replay there, down the legs on one knee, just aids that, helps it on its way. I was talking about the wagon wheel. You will see that almost 16% to 20 of her shots are behind square, if at all we have. But that shows you how good she is behind square. So you have to be aware of her hitting areas.
Strong comeback there from Sarawalaza. Strong comeback there from Sarawalaza. Jimia Mohammed opting to go a little more defensive there after that well shot boundary to bring their score at 9 after 1.5. At this point, we have to remember that the Victoria Strikers were standing at 6 for Nolos. Oh man, outside edge, they are racing to the boundary. There is a hard chase. Once again, the outfield playing the spoilers game for the Mburo Blasters. They should be really disappointed for missing out that boundary too. That could have easily gone to the boundary, but that closes out the second over with a score at 9 at 10 for Nolos.
Make that 11 for Nolos after 2.
This very point, the Victoria Strikers were standing at 6 for Nolos. You earlier on mentioned that the Mburo Blasters being a more least experienced in terms side, but here we are seeing them going for standing at a more dominant position of 11 runs for Nolos after 2.
So only 5 runs ahead, but we know that the third over was expensive. So it's all about, remember, cricket is a game of moments. Now the batters are having a good moment. The bowlers haven't really done so well, despite the dot balls they got, but the boundary they've given out, especially in this over. Again, another view of the Kampala City. But now Kevin bowling from the Ginger Road end.
Tried the front, the slower one there, the short slower bounce in there, but didn't accurately pick it. You talk about those winning those moments. Let's just go back to that particular moment where Jimia Muhammad brought in Mutoni in an unexpected point of time, and I think it was around the 14th, 15th over to bowl that single over and managing to pick out an Nampin. How do you really rate that particular decision? But short of the line, smacked there, but no run, lacked direction, and no run for Mburo Blasters.
Yes, it is a good leader's prerogative to know and read the situation. The situation needed to break the partnership and break the momentum that the bowlers were bowling to. The batters were used to playing spin, now bringing in the pace bowler, kinda broke the partnership there, and it's what was needed. So it is all about the moments. You sense the moment and you make the right call. It is always going to pay off. And now Kevin is doing decently. Went for 2 in the first over. Now continuing to at least try and compensate for the kind of expensive over that her partner suffered. That is Sarah Waraza. And Kevin continuing with the slip, the captain at second slip.
Shot. And very lucky Amuge just gone away with that. Could have easily been sent to the boundary Giringish Shadia is a little more, it's been kept silent in this innings, but we're hearing more noise from Jimmy Abdallah, who is not shy on taking on the bowlers. Even after losing that morning game, she has not opted to go to be cautious in this particular game. She is taking back to the bowlers, and they would want to see themselves have a chance at this game. Oh, that's offered with it, offered smash through the covers region, but not enough speed and power onto that one. And an easy run from Borough Blasters.
Good fielding in the deep bay. Mwanja, who is silent in the deep, but the throw was really good from her. And another good fielding setup there by the captain, allowing the wider fielder in the deep. That would have been an extra run, rather an easy boundary had she not used that boundary setup.
Once again, just going back to that crucial to that mention you made about a moment. If the Victoria Strikers go on and lose this particular game, would you want to say it was that miss out opportunity, so that miscalculation of sending Sarah Walaza late, and rather than bringing her a little early, one because of how she bats and then her experience?
Again, you would try to think with the captain. Maybe she was trying to look at Sarah Olaza coming in and doing the damage in the later. Again, I will come back to that point, the question that you've asked. But after the third over, 13 for none after 3.
Janet Mbaba's there, continuing with the adjustments in the field. There you go. She needs to see herself getting back into this tournament pretty quickly. Just to take you back, she had a dominant, she was very extremely dominant in the Women's Easter T20 Cup that she won on unbeaten record. Very great for her legacy as a captain for the Victoria Pearls. A player who is continuing to improve every day that passes, both as a captain and at the senior side, as a senior player into that side. But Sarah continues from the shell end. This time round, bangs it in short. Pace off once again. There's a call for 2 runs, but a little hesitation there.
I like the way how Giringish Shadia has played, especially for the back of the length deliveries. She's really waited for the ball and played it so well. You get a feeling that she's always looked to be in a great position, playing those back of the length deliveries.
Pitched up in the air. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A floater has been let to go. Oh my goodness. But look at the body language of Sarah Walaza. She is not disturbed. She's not disturbed at all, even after that float has been let go.
Again, they tell you that if you're in the middle, especially the inner circle, you have to keep on your toes, expecting the ball to come to you. And Lona wasn't expecting the ball.
Very well ball there from Sarah Walaza, continuing, trusting that lane that she's been hitting all the way through. We've so far seen, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 1 ball that has been so far balled outside that length, and it has so far proved very effective. But just that missed opportunity, what I was impressed is that the body language of Sarah Walaza, she didn't see. There you go once again, another misfield there from the, oh my goodness. What are we seeing here from the Victoria Strikers? These are moments they will go back and regret about. But let's talk about the body language of Sarah Walaza. A chance put down after that effort, and you would see in most cases the sim bowlers gutted in their reaction in there, but she's nothing close to that.
It is about the experience. She has played in these conditions for so long. Now they are Jimia, very very good display there, a good touch there from Jimia. Coming back, the point is that she has played in these conditions many times and she has seen many catches of her go down, and that wouldn't be a surprise in this tournament where a chance is put down, but she doesn't have to fight for that, because when you try to provoke the fielder, sometimes it again brings her body down and the confidence go down. So you don't have to provoke them. You have, in fact, to show the expression that you're supporting them.
All right, that brings the end of the fourth over with the score at 18 for no loss.
A very good start here. Not losing a wicket, but there will be a bowling change. The third seamer coming into the attack, Jane Naomi Amongin, replacing Kevin Amuge. Another really good bowler who will consistently hit the length and ask the batters to come on the front foot. She comes in at the moment where a wicket is needed desperately.
Short of length, but with it offered. Easy one run for the Mburo Blasters. Of course, the Victoria Strikers now is a couple of runs behind. When you look at the you look at how the Victoria Strikers were standing at this point. They were 27 runs, but here we are with the Mburo Blasters at 19 runs after 4.1. That is pitched up, and yes, treated the right way from Giringish Shadia. She's now made a statement by sending that gift of Naomi to the boundary for 4 runs.
You truly have to know the strength of these two batters. Like I said, she loves playing straight back to the side screen. This time round, really full, and allows Giringish to go under that ball, hit through the lane, and everything is to the total of Giringish. You have to understand the different styles of these two batters. One loves to hit straight and one loves to hit square. So how are you going to bowl for these two bowlers? Yes, they knew that Jimia is a good cutter and plays so well behind square and cuts so well. They've put a fielder for her. But what do you do for Giringish?
Oh, I mean, another misfield from the Victoria Strikers. That can't be Stephen Nampina. You can't be doing this, Stephen Nampina. More chaos in the Victoria Strikers fielding innings.
It happens to the best of us. Even Stefan Nampina at point. The one who you would say that you will never take a run off her. Today, she's the one that is leaking the run.
Oh, chaos after chaos. Here we are after that misfield from the Victoria Strikers. Here is a chaos within the Mburo Blasters. Miscommunication and a wicket for the Victoria Strikers. Something that they're seeming like we're building a very impactful partnership. But here we are.
I tell you, the first time I've seen this between Jimia and Giringish. I saw that in the Victoria, in the Eastern Women's Cup in Entebbe. The same dismissal there, and now again. But this time round, it is Jimia who departs. Last time it was Giringish playing against the Victoria Pulse, and now it is Jimia. I don't think it's a payback, but they need to learn to communicate. They've played with each other for some good time, but their communication has always been so doubtful. But a good way to break the partnership. They've taken on Stefan off the midfield, and this time around. She has made the misfield pay.
I almost put it out that I feel this is the partnership. I feel this is the partnership that is going to lead Amburo Blasters to the victory of the day. Just but shortly, but I held it back because when you look at how the Victoria Stars were reacting in the Mburu Blasters were batting, you'd see they had really run out of options. They just waiting for that mistake for the Mburu Blasters to do the mistake, and here you are. That mistake is there, the miscommunication, but also on top of that, I think they should have. It also calls for better understanding of the situation. Do you need to take that risky run? Do you have plenty of runs of overs to play? How many? What's the run rate?
I tell you, even in the first innings, the first wicket fell in the 5th over, bringing in the third option, and now in this inning, in comes Naomi Jane Amongin and a wicket falling. So you get a feeling that the game is flowing almost at steady state. And Agwang coming in at number 4, rather number 3. Yet to get off the mark. But very well bowled there from Jane after going for a boundary in the first 2 balls. Did so well.
End of the 5th over. Score is 24 for 1. Seen drama happening all over the place. We've seen Victoria strikers continuing with their chance left to go, and then we've seen a couple of misfields. But again, that brilliant recovery from Stefan Nampinia and seeing the. I feel that was a more self-inflicted error from the Mburu Blasters. Miscommunication there and not understanding the situation much better has costed them that wicket. What do you see here in terms of the end result of this game? That is straight into the pads and punish. Almost getting to the boundary. No. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The Mburu Blasters will be casting the outfield for sure. Third consecutive possible boundary, not getting to the boundary.
I think this is something that I've seen all through today. The outfield is or hasn't really aided the batters in whatsoever way that they would have wanted. So they should be running, taking the first run so well, and they've done so well despite not getting the 4, but they were only one run short, because that shot was really played so well. At some point you would feel that it was going to the boundary, but good enough they get the 3. Coming back to the question of the wicket, that ran out, like they gave away the wicket on their own. They played for the fielders. It will come back to haunt them if they don't go on to chase this score, because they were steady, they were dominating the middle, rather the fielding side, and now giving away that wicket meant so much. Now the pressure is onto them. The new batter Agwang is yet to get into flowing, so it is always about seizing those moments. They had got the moment for themselves, and now they have given away the moment. It's now the strikers to go on and continue with that momentum on their side.
Oh, very well bowled. That is a shout out. But Matthias Kamukama not interested, but very well bowled from Ruth there. What do you make of that beautiful, beautiful delivery from the youngster? They're almost kissing that edge.
Yeah, very beautiful delivery, very beautiful, and that's what you will see. You love to see as a pace bowler, asking the batter to come on the front foot and drive.
Oh, and yes, a dividend for the youngster. They are consistently hitting that length and that lateral moving she was picking earlier on. Great bowling. falling there from the youngster. Agwang has to be marching back. It feels like inroads have started for the Victoria Strikers now with 2 wickets down.
She looked so uncomfortable coming in. We saw that first ball that went whizzing past the blade, and now this time round, bowling it outside fourth, fifth stump, trying to lure her into playing a booming drive and the faintest of edges from the bat there. The wicketkeeper doing well. Look at again the replay. I don't know whether she was trying to show that that's what she did or that's what she had to do, because when you see at what she did, you could see that not the drive that you encourage the batters to play, especially the youngsters. You need to have the skill set, work with the skills, and not just trying to go with open blades. But second wicket falls. It's now a cascade of wickets falling. 2 wickets already. We saw only 1 wicket fell in the first innings in the power play, and now the Strikers are ahead by wickets in the power play. 27 for 2. Agwang going for none.
And this every moment you continue giving to a captain like Janet Timbabas, like these ones, she just needs such a single victory, and that will pump her confidence upwards to start making the statement in the tournament, just as we saw in the Easter series. But Arugo gets on to kickstart her innings. Ruth has bowled extremely exceptionally, very nice. This one ran short, but there wasn't enough room for Arugo to sort of have a hand at it. But of course, getting them off the mark with a single there.
Yeah, drawing the length backwards this time round. So you'd love to see her hitting her previous lane that was challenging the new batter. The new batter's just come in. You don't have to feed her runs. You have to attack her, try, get her when her feet are not moving, and make sure that you get her when she's still in that tense moment, like she did with Agwang. But that wasn't the greatest lane that you'll start with.
Goes back to that one, but this smashed over should be 1 bounce. Is it? Oh my goodness, it's 6 runs for Giringish Shadia, continuing to exact her dominance onto the bowlers. She's seeming more like a one-man woman, a one-army woman, and possibly taking her team to victory.
Into her strong zone there and hitting it so well. A beautiful swing of the bat there. So straight. Always backed her strength. Always backed her strength. And this time round, getting the maximum. The second in this game, we saw one being hit by Ruth Mwanja. And now it is Ruth who is being hit for a maximum. So it is a pay for Giringish.
You can tell from the pressure, strain, losing control. So there's something very special that if you may look at this, at how these Victoria strikers, the kind of length they're really hitting. You can see it's quite similar. Everyone is going in for the full length. Could it be something that has been discussed as a group, or you could give the credit to the captain maybe, that you could have seen it, how she was struggling against Mutoni? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Drama after drama after drama at the Lugogo Cricket Oval as more problems for the Mburo Blasters. Oh my goodness. What are we seeing here? What are we seeing here?
You couldn't expect that. But you can't expect that when you see Sarah Olaza with the ball. We saw how good she was yesterday. Look at that, picking it up on her knees and throwing, looking at only maybe 2 or 3 wickets. But again, completing another angle from here. Look at that, very good throw. The bowler wasn't behind the stumps, but the throw was so perfect. This could be a turning moment and a very crucial wicket. They are not letting the Mburu Blasters to settle into the game. Sarawalas, a very beautiful piece of fielding from you, Beauty. Very well fielded.
Oh my goodness, when you look at the expression of Giringish, she is like, where are these people running? These are typical reckless running from partners, and you don't be surprised if she runs out of control any point from now. With this kind of pressure now mounting every now and then, her partners losing, gifting wickets, but it's too early to say calls. Maybe we can see Mutoni cracking up a miracle here for the Mburu Blasters.
And after the power play, the highest score scored in the tournament in the power play so far, 35 runs, but losing 3 wickets. That would be a positive taken there for the Victoria. And the new bowler starts off so well. Mutonyi Irene coming in at number 5. She was really crucial for St. John's in the previously concluded tournament for girls schools. This could be tight. But height could really work in Mutonyi's favor. And it's a dot ball. Lona doing so well. Another good delivery there. And it's a dot ball for Lona Anyait.
Yeah, credit. I feel I want to give the credit to the captain. I feel he has passed on this kind of information. You can say, oh, that is really out, and Mutoni has to be matching back.
Like I said, the experience in this moment. You've lost 3 crucial wickets, and Mutoni has come in and looked to take on Lona straight away. And Lona has really been tight with the lanes. Hasn't given room for the batters to work with. Look at that, bowling it to full. Mutonyi shuffling across the crease and trying to play around the pad. Look at that, as straight as you like. Even if there was a review, you wouldn't go for the review on that if you're Mutonyi. Another good wicket taken there. And if you're looking to play a sweep shot, you have to be on top of the bounce. The head has to be over the ball. And you have to go down. That was typical, a cross shot there, a cross-batted shot there. Aria Gomshio, the new batter, lunging forward and stopping that. She senses that Lona is bowling neatly and tidy lines she's hitting. One more ball to pick up a maiden. Played so well there, and she'll take one. A maiden won't be, but most importantly, a wicket in that over. Only 1 run taken in the over. And after 7:35 for the loss of 4. And it will be a new bowler to bowl from the shell end. And we saw a new initiative in the women's cricket world, where the ICC increasing the number of women team in the World Cup from 10 to 12. And also, why does the ICC increase the number of women and not Cricket Uganda? We saw the previous tournament, Cricket Uganda only having three teams. But now the number of teams has increased to 4 in this tournament. So it's a great initiative for the ICC itself and also Cricket Uganda, because the game is growing. The hubs have been introduced in the whole part of Uganda. So the enrollment itself is really good. So where do you get those players to play? But a powerful shot there. A full toss that goes all the way to the boundary. Hit so well. Ariago Michel picking that much deserved boundary. Ario guilty there for giving away a freebie. Talking about the cricket here, chance of a catch, but landing safely, and it's only 1 run they will take. Talking about the women cricket, the World Cup is already underway, hosted in England. The World Cup games are going to start in a short, but yesterday New Zealand played against the England women in the New Zealand Women's Tour for England. And everything was not so good for New Zealand batters.
It's a very good inception, of course, to go on and expand that particularly. But the most, I feel what missed out is in terms of the qualification pathway, because it sort of squeezes out. Because you look now, we don't have any side from the African continent apart from the test playing sides. Even actually in Asia, apart from the test playing sides. So that means it sort of suffocates that associate nations that are on both continents.
It's also a plan that is at hand for ICC, because it's hoping to increase the number to 20 teams by 2029. So it is a process that they are planning to go through and make sure that the number of teams for the men or mix up here, but home safe and dry, to make sure that the number of teams for the men that are always 20 at the World Cup is also similar to the number of teams for the women at the World Cup. They want to make that target to make sure that there is equality.
Yeah, I think that is a very great exception, because when you look at if you're competing with a game like football in terms of the global market and audience, you would want to expand your game as big as much as possible to have, and the easiest way is through, of course, the T20 format that it can be easily played by any person who just gets into cricket. So I feel it's a very good game, both for the game.
And Leona guilty there for bowling a half tracker that isn't hit so well, but I doubt the idea of trying to pull Mercy Tracy Conge back maybe down 3 or 4 numbers, because it is at this moment that you feel that you want a stable batter to be in there. So you keep pulling her backwards, it kind of affects her. But after 9 overs, 42 for 4 is the score. And it will be Alio to continue. And so much action is happening. So much cricket is being played. in the Cricket Uganda circle. But through down the leg there and works with the stumps. Alio picking the wicket of Ariago Michel. She was looking to always play on the onside, and she'll have to go back in the dugout. And the wait for Mercy Tracy is over. She has to come in at this moment.
There you go. Nowhere in line with the ball, that one. Once again, it goes back to the kind of message that you said earlier on. It feels more like that under 19 side or the Soul Scarlet side inexperience. So it goes back to the what kind of message is passed on onto these young batters. For example, in this particular moment, what is the kind, we saw what Mutoni, the kind of offer she gave on that particular board and the kind of execution she had. We're seeing how she has been dismissed. So it goes back once again to the message. What are you looking for out as youngsters, as a more side looking to gain more experience at this level that's a bit higher than the school's cricket week? Can you just allow yourself play out the overs? Just don't look at the runs, but can you just offer yourself that opportunity to play through the game? So this is the kind of, so you'd want to ask yourself, is this the kind of message that has been put out to these players, or it has been put out, but again, it is maybe the application that is the problem. So that's where now you take it from.
Yeah, I think that it would have been good to see at least one experienced player. Like we've seen some teams, let's say that of Warriors having Ritam Samali, having Immaculate Nachisui, all two senior players. The likes of the Warriors that have Kevin Awino, that have Alako, the likes of the Victoria themselves, they have the captain, they have so much of experienced players. You get one of those experienced players, play with them, and rather put one in that blast team. Make sure that the youngsters, even having a chat with those senior players, the way how they apply themselves when they are playing, it means a lot for them. Look at that. She waited in the dugout for so long. They tried to hold her back in the dugout, hoping that the wicket column will be contained, but now she will have to depart. It was the same scenario that happened to her in the finals for late. She was brought back at number 6, trying to make sure that maybe she comes in at things and try to go after the bowlers, and she didn't really produce. And now it is the similar situation where she comes in, runs are required of her, and she doesn't score.
There you go. Alio continuously hitting that persistent hitting that lane and length, but again playing across the line. Very similar dismissal from Mutoni, and very similar dismissal from the previous batter. You were talking about experienced player. We have to just go back a little bit. Jimia Muhammad has been a captain with the under-19 side. Giringish Shadia, she's experienced enough to really lead this kind of players. So I feel they're not lacking in the sort of leadership when it comes to the field players. But what is the collective team communication that comes from the management plays a huge role into how these players come out to execute in whatever they're required to.
6 wickets already back in the dugout. And now it is Tino Sara who plays a rather crucial role for Olira High School back in the schools cricket tournament as a batter, but now comes in at number 8 for her team. She was really good with the ball, but it's not her bowling prowess that is required at the moment. It is her batting that is much needed. Good lanes there, really good lanes for Alio, and finishing up the over with a maiden over for her, picking 2 crucial wickets, and 42 for 6 after 10. Coming back to the cricket that is happening in the Cricket Uganda circle, here the women are participating in the Great Lakes T20 tournament in Entebbe. The under 19 and the emerging are participating in a high performance tournament where they play amongst themselves, and also the under 19 Rwandan side is here to also play in that tournament. But the senior men's team is out overseas in India, where they played a couple of 4 ODI games, and now they have started the T20 games. Alio, rather it is a new bowler, Lona Anyait, who has bowled 2, picked 1 wicket in her first over, and went for only 2 in the 2 overs, 1 run per over. Continuing from the Ginger Road end.
Yes, you would want to give credit to how the Victoria Strikers bowlers have really bowled out. They've really bowled, I feel, to the plan. I think Janet saw how that wicket was really playing out to most balls that were pitching up. So, and they've consistently hit that. There you go once again. There's opportunity, but lands in no man's land. Apart from Kevin Amugi, who's sort of struggling with the control, you can still see she has a very, very healthy economy of 2.5. So very big credit to the bowling side.
Really good bowling there from Lona. Letting this one up. Big gap through covers. And only 1 run they will get. Another good over for her. Going for only 2 runs. And 11 overs done. 43 for the loss of 6. Rather 44 for the loss of 6. Are you ready to continue from the shell end? Bowled a maiden over previously that picked 2 wickets, and now to bowl her her 3rd over. A big pass there off the surface. You get a feeling that the wicket keeper has been troubled so much, given that she's a youngster being asked to keep at this level, playing with the seniors. So you have to do everything right, youngster there. But she's having really good arms looking from here, though she has been troubled by the bounce of the surface for the spinners, and it's always not easy to keep against spin. For pace you can, but keeping against spin, it is always challenging.
Yeah, it's very challenging, of course. And I was primarily not being a wicket keeper, but of course, experience playing in my favor. And remember back in the school's cricket team, volunteering to be the wicket keeper for the side. And every time a spinner came on, I would not tactically to want to get the batter out, but to make my life easy, I would ask the spinners to flight the ball, and we commonly called it fly Emirates.
Big hit this time round. Flying edge that gets the Blasters 2 runs. Long running in the deep there by Naomi. But they take the runs as they come. Again to the sweepers. 1 run they get. I tell you, going forward, those singles won't hurt the Victoria so much, because the number of dot balls that they are picking are so many, so the dot balls and the singles, maybe 3 or 4 in an over, won't hurt them so much because the run rate so far is at 4 and the required is more than 4. Twelve overs done, 50 on board for the loss of 6 wickets. 46 required in 8 overs. More than 5 and over required. But it will be a bowling change. The captain going for the Sigmas, Janet, rather Amongin, Jane, that brought in the breakthrough that they needed at over number 5. Now comes into bowl over number 13. Hopefully she delivers like she did when the captain called unto her. Tino Sara is on strike, having 4 from 8. And Gringish has really been silent for so long. She has not gotten the strike. The batters that have come in haven't helped her so much. They've tried to take her on take on the bowler so many times, not realizing that she has settled into the game and tried to make her play so many balls.
Yeah, as a youngster who's just coming out, possibly from the school's cricket, and you're playing alongside the likes of Giringish, she's good enough for you to really look at how she's going about her business. I feel maybe if there was not that miscommunication between her and Jimmy Muhammad, they could have really shifted this game by far. So you can see how she's going about the business. You youngs, just give yourself. There's a lot to play for. We have under 19 Division 2 qualified down in Tanzania coming around late in this year. Can you just give yourself an opportunity to play through and maybe have a crack at that, you know?
And coming back to the senior men's team that is in India, the moment they played 4 ODI games, they won all the 4 ODI games convincingly. And now today they started off the T20 games. They suffered a loss, the first loss in India for them. Hopefully they are going to bounce back and come back to the winning streak. But most importantly, 9 wickets they picked and lost by 1 wicket. So it was a close call for them and a close game for the men's side. And coming back to the IPL lovers, I know everyone loves to watch IPL, the 6s, the 4s, the excitement, the drama. Into the qualifiers, RCB that topped the league is taking on Gujarat Titans at the moment. Already the toss is done and dusted. GT winning the toss and fielding fast. A close call here. And good enough when you finish in the playoffs leading the table first position and 2. You stand a chance of playing a team that wins the qualifier too, even if you lose the first. So from here we'll have the finalists, the drone shot there from where we are here in the center, the Lugogo Cricket Oval. And when you hoping to see this game, to watch and follow, RCB has led the top, and now it will be a chance for them maybe to pick up the second IPL trophy. But the action here, the over is done, and after 13, 52 for the loss of 6.
just going back to that Mumbai tour, I feel to me most important, at least it's as a player, as a fan out there, you want to see your team winning. I think the biggest point there are mainly two. I would want to say is the memorandum of understanding that Cricket Uganda has cracked with the Mumbai Cricket Association. There's a lot of history associated with the Mumbai Cricket Association. There is a lot of competitive cricket happening there. So I feel, to me, as a person, I would really look beyond that and just get excited about that, because there's a lot of exposure that the boys will be going under. We've seen the Bankstown relationship with Cricket Uganda, how it has really aided the cricket in Uganda in terms of equipment. So you would want such a relationship to be very fruitful, because there is a lot of cricket happening in Mumbai cricket. But the other biggest talking point is Fred Achelam. When you look at the recent developments, you would see that Fred Achelam has sort of missed out on those tours, and you'd want to think Kakuro has sort of cemented that starting position in the Cricket Queens side, and then you're seeing Charles Musemeza making his debut in Namibia. So you'd easily think maybe it was the evening of Fred Achelam's career in terms of the Cricket Queen. But again, shocking news comes in. Cricket Cranes make a tour in Mumbai, and Fred Achelam is given the responsibility to lead that side. That is where the big talking point 2 comes from.
It was a really good turning point for him, and now making that statement, winning 5 ODI games in Mumbai, it was really good for him. But other key points that you can take away from that tournament, rather that tour itself, Simon Sesazi, who has been out of form, scoring 49 in the first game, later on followed on and scored 100 in the second game. That was a very good statement. Talk about the debutants. Back to the action here. A very docile action here. But the boundary comes for Tino Sara. Played so fine behind the square, past the point fielder, and picking up a boundary.
Oh my goodness, that is really offered for easy work. Tino just to cut that through cover point there for 4 runs, extending and reducing the margin for the Mburo Blasters.
Still trying to stress my point, the debutants, Fahad Mutagana scoring 31 in the last game of the ODI. Kaseja Enoch picking 2 wickets. Today we saw Olipa Gerald scoring 50, the only standout batter. So you get a feeling that they have really done so well. Talk about Siraji, who has also been in and out. We last saw him in the yellow jersey in Kenya, and now came in and bowled so well in Mumbai. So it has really been a good exposure for the youngsters and the senior stars who have been looking so much to come back into the side. But after the 14th over, 58 for 6 is the score, and 38 runs required in the next 6 overs.
Yeah, big credit to the young man in Suraj. He's been around for a very long time. You can give credit to his persistence, not really giving up. Of course, a couple of young boys getting ahead of him in terms of the pecking order, but he has really passed. Just as he likes saying, trusting the process. He has really trusted the process, and we're starting to see him, and we wish he can be rewarded more consistently. Just to take you to show his passes for sure. He's been very long time around that side, and actually he was highlighted for the PCLI, if I'm not missing, around the 2022-2023 season, but missing out on that. But once again, Naume into the attack from the Kampala Road end.
It's really challenging for him when you have to play 2 off spinners on one team, because there is Joseph Baguma who has been tremendously doing so well. Even on this tour, he has picked 3 wicket hauls so oftenly. So you can't just take away his efforts. Like you said, the pecking order there. Last time it was Nsubuga Frank who was so hard to replace, to put in Siraj and Nsubuga, but now it's Joseph Baguma who has really done so well on every tour that he has been on, and it's good that he's continuing to perform so well.
So I feel someone would easily put out the Mburo Blasters out of this context, but with 38 runs needed from 35 balls, it's very, very, very much into distance with Giringish Shadia still there. What you would want from Giringish Shadia is what we are not seeing. She is not taking charge of the moment. Yet she's the most experienced, she's the most experienced between her and Tino Sara. So you'd want her to take charge of the moment. She's a certain batter, and this game could easily go into their way.
Played so well, Tino Sara there, but fielded so good. Oh, the throw was to the wrong end. Oh, Stefan, you missed that one. You missed that one on this occasion. Giringish was desperate to get on strike. But one thing that I've loved about the strikers is how good they have contained Giringish. Every time she's on strike, they give her 1 run. She goes off the strike, and they've bowled mostly to Tino Sara. 20 balls she has faced. And she has suffered so many dot balls, which is working for them. And I would love to see that going forward. But they have to realize it, the Blasters, that they need Giringish mostly on strike. You don't have to face so many balls, yet there is someone who can score runs easily.
You can see already the impact of that being sidelined is already on her.
And she'll leave not see another day. She bites the dust on this occasion after facing 22 balls, and now she has to depart for only 9 runs. And the new batter comes in, the captain in the recently ended schools tournament, Sheila Namagova, coming in at number 9. A replay of that.
Okay, that's lacked that real conviction, and a shot selection played into there for her to lose her wicket. She would have added more conviction into that particular shot easily. Maybe even a flying edge could have easily gone over point, but an easy gift for her in point there.
I tell you, Stefan has a knack of supporting her mistakes. Last time we saw a run out she got for the captain, Jimmy Muhammad. First ball, she misfielded and gave away 1 run. This time round, she missed a run out to the wrong end. And the following ball, she caught a catch for Tino Sara. It has really been good for her fielding in there. But now with 3 more wickets, Sheila Namagova comes in and joins Giringish, but it will be Sahara to bowl the 18th over, the 16th over. They still have 5 overs in this. So it's about how well they contain Navulime Giringish, because if she's still in there, the required run rate isn't that much that she can't get. We saw her hitting 4s cleanly. We saw her beating 6s. So it's all about how well do they contain her. But it will be much appreciated if Sahara goes on and picks a wicket from here, more so of Navulime. Brilliant piece of fielding there. Really good piece of fielding to stop that one for only 1. Look at what they've always done. get Nabulime off strike. Let the new batter face 5 balls. And it is really working so well for them.
Yeah, you can also look at just the previous over when that run out almost was conceded. You can see she was now getting frustrated being on the other end and watching Tino Sarah eating up balls. But again, I feel Giringish will have to have a reasonable portion of the blame because as a senior player, you are meant to. You're a senior player. You are well set into this match. She's much aware of the proceedings of the game. You need to take charge of the moment. But the moment you leave a youngster like Tino Sarah to be in a wilderness, that's exactly what you're going to be facing.
Yeah, very well said. Most times you even see senior players turning down singles because they know there is that one loose ball or there will be that one odd boundary that will come. But when you're on the non-strikers, after just getting one off the first ball, you won't get that loose ball.
This is something that Giringish or the management out there for the Mburu Blaster that how they have to be looking at and with this senior player. This is the kind of communication a player like Giringish needs to have because she has played exceptionally well at an individual level, but when it comes in the context of the game, it's more like she has let down this team just because of that simple thing of not taking charge of the moment and dictate terms for this youngster so that they can play according to how you want it.
A very backhand field on the onside. The long on, long off, deep extra covers and third man in play. So a very vacant on side position there. Any flick will get her a couple of runs. But she goes on the offside, struck hard on the along the ground. Jane collecting it so well for a dot ball. Rather for 1 run, sorry.
So now the calculation goes to needing at least is a boundary every after a over to sort of put back the pressure onto the fielding side. But at the moment, you'd feel the Victoria strikers are in pole position.
Played so well, Shaila there. But every dot ball that they suffer brings the required run rate higher. Given at the moment it is at 7.85, where you thought that at the start of the game the required was even less than 5 runs and over. Now it is at 7. Flated up and hit so well into the gap. The chase is on in the deep. They are taking the second run. And they will get the 2-0 ball watching there. She was caught ball watching and hit by the ball. She wasn't even watching the ball in this occasion. She was watching where most times they tell you, look at the ball every time. And she was hitting the back. And she was hit. The umpires have to attend to her. Hopefully the physio will intervene.
Let's just go back to that earlier decision from Kamukama about the LBW that wasn't necessarily appealed out. It's a continuous check there. Physio there onto the ground to just make sure everything is into the right stead. You don't want to be losing a player of that caliber. Giringish Shadia, a youngster, very experienced now at that level. There you go. Not the best of images you would want to see. We hope it's not the worst of injuries. We hope she's able to continue because so far she has carried the side into a more respectable position, and not still very far away, not in an impossible position to pull off a win. And I feel if they manage to pull off a win, it will be the sweetest win that that they would that would be so far in the tournament, because in such a position you're going to win, you have all the reasons to celebrate. So Will Robert has continued to is in almost untouchable form already. Yesterday she had, if I'm not mistaken, 76. Putting up still a play of the match performance. She is looking at almost unstoppable. You were part of that game against the under 19 side. What do you make of that side in preparations for the tournament coming up?
Looking at the team that has been selected, you feel that everyone selected for that team is well suited for the task. Given that you talked about Willie Robert yesterday scoring 74, he has really been in a great form. Talk about that tournament in the Savula T20 where he scored 3 centuries. So now coming into this tournament, he will have the weight on his shoulder because he's the go-to man, he's the go-to player who has been in fine touch, and the likes of Divesh Patel, the likes of Abrez, the likes of Samuel Ahisibwe from Nyakasura, you get a feeling that it is a team that is well balanced. Talk about the pace bowlers, Isco from Ginger, the likes of Ogenroth, the likes of Larry Tagi. You get a feeling that both the bowling department and the batting department have really been looked into, and it's all about how well they go in the different continents, rather in the different nations, and play. Most times they select the team, yes, and you see this is a really good team. But when it comes to being exposed in the different nations, they kind of not adapt to the conditions and play with the nerves. Given that they are youngsters, it is always competitive, rather so hard for them to adapt and play with no pressure. It has always been that stage fright that has always made it difficult for them. But the 17th over already in the underway. Kevin bowling from the Ginger Road end.
I should be speaking this at a distance, with well assured that Abojo will be playing there next season in the Silver League. There is this particular fixture, of course, now 3 positions. One position may be for another team to get relegated, but that is between 3 teams. That is Ceylon Lions, Rounders, and Jack. Rounders just pulled off, I would call a historical win against title contenders in GM in a low-scoring game, 110. But what do you make of that Ginger Derby happening this weekend between Rounders and Jack?
You're not sure about whether Aboji is going to play in the Silver next season. Yes, we haven't won any games so far, but we still have 2 games in hand. What would it turn out to be if we win all the 2 games, which we can? And that will bring us to 2 wins. And we've seen 2 teams already having 1 win. So it's not that we are in a really obvious position that we are to play in that Silver position. But coming back to the question, that what do I make of that? I would sincerely want Rounders to win against Jack, because it puts us in a great position, not allowing Jack to get the second victory like you do have the Rounders. So it is all about, if the odds go in favor of Rounders, that works for Abojo. So going forward, Abojo will be looking at winning every game. But how do we get the wins? That's the question. But we are going to win, and I would just want you to hold back your word that we will be playing in Silver next season.
Back to the cricket here. Amuge back into the attack from the Kampala road end, with a score right now at 68 for 7 after 6.2, after 6.3, I beg to say. Giringish Shadia being able to continue with their innings.
Shaila Namagoba on strike, and 28 runs required in 3.3 overs. But Kevin doing decently there, not giving away easy deliveries to Namagoba, who is trying to play on the offside, but not aligning herself there, not picking the length so early to be in a great position to cut the ball like she has always looked to try and cutting. Slower this time round, and they will get one run. And that one run will mean that it is Giringi Shadia Nawulime on strike. Think about that run out of Jimia. Nawulime is still in there, and Jimia is back in the dugout. Assume if they had played out, the game would be done and dusted at the moment. But because of that poor call and communication between the two, they are still struggling to pick a victory.
Yes, just like you put it earlier on, that especially in these short format games, moments are very critical, very critical. So you would see that almost the Victoria strikers were out of ideas. They had really given up about this partnership. They're just allowing them to do a self-inflicted error, which happened in the end, a miscommunication, a run out, and a turnaround of proceedings. But that closes out the 17th over with the score 70-7. Okay, that's there's a call for 2 runs. Any hesitation? Mburo Blazers continuing their miscommunications, but they managed to go away with that. Just going back to the standings of the league, Abojo, fortunate with Abojo, you rightly put it, 2 wins needed to secure their stay in the Gold League. But just keeping in mind, Tornado Bees have been a team in great form, a team chasing a title contenders. What stakes? A lot of stakes in that particular fixture. How much do you rate that in terms of Abojo going on to win that particular fixture? Because if Jack goes on to win rounders, Abojo goes on to lose against that is surely confirmed. What rates do you give it to really go on to win that Tornado B fixtures with the form they are in?
If I take you back in time, last year, Kachi Tigers won the tournament, but it didn't get a point against Abojo. Despite their batting strength, but Abojo was always steps ahead Kachi Tigers. So it is the same scenario with Tornado Bees. Yes, they are having great batters and they have been a great batting side. But what do you talk about the Abojo's bowling side? We haven't seen their full bowling strength in this tournament. The likes of Joseph Waguma being off and on because of the national duties, Mutenge Salido not being in the side, Rothomio always at school. So if we feel the strong side for Abojo, what do you make of the strong batting side for Tornado Bees? In my opinion, that wouldn't be that they are strong at batting. No, on a good day again in cricket, everything can happen. It is always about who does the right thing and for how long. So we come up on a good day and start off, we are poised to winning the game. So it's not obvious that we are likely to lose against Tornado Bees. That I will disagree with you. But back in the action here, 73 for the loss of 7. And Lona doing so well with the ball and has really contained Nabuli Megiringish and finishing up the over with the dot ball. into the penultimate over, but after 18, 73 for the loss of 7 is the score.
All right, the action continues. Can the victorious, can the Mburo Blasters pull off a haste here? We are here to see Namagoba in the companionship of Girin Shadia, back of a length there.
Played so well there from Namagoba to get Giringish on strike. And I would love to see Naume bowl that length more often. 22 runs required, and the asking rate is at 11.5 at the moment. So it's about how a boundary from here, maybe 1 or 2, will make the difference. But the asking rate is so much. Look at that. She's trying to drop the ball and get the runs. Is it that she's trying to play out the overs or trying to score for herself? Because she has 32 from 33. I think there has to be information coming in to her and asking her to go after the ball, go through the gears. But if that's the goal that they want her to play out, I don't know. But if you're looking at chasing out this score, you need to go hard after the ball. Hit the boundaries, get the boundaries, hit the sweepers so hard. But everything is looking to be touch and go for Navulime Giringish at the moment.
Once again, that goes back to what we looked at, how the couple of wickets prior to the incoming of Sheila Namagoba, how the batters from Mutoni and all that, how they were losing wickets. The coin, it was a true indicator that the batters were not really aware of the situation. That's why they applied whatever they applied. So it wants to tell you, this kind of batting simply confirms that possibly Giringish is not really into the kind of situation and the requirements of the particular situation. And this is exactly you will see the way she's batting. You have 3 wickets, it's the palmate over. You need to give yourself that chance. Everything, I would say that was the right decision, but just lacked that enough power to just send that ball over the boundary. So you would want to say it was the right decision at the right moment. It all lacked. It was that extra power. You can see the distance it moved. So I'm assuming more power into that shot, and it could have easily gone for 6 runs.
To go with power, like I said, the instinctive shot comes in those desperate times, and this time round she couldn't beat the fielder. But yeah, good indication there from her. But now into the last 2 wickets. Wicket number 8 falling for Shadia, that just goes for 33 runs. And Jane Naomi Amongin is the answer.
Oh my goodness. That is cleaned up. Cleaned up. She has to be marching back into the dugout as early as she came onto the crease. Without any hesitation, she has to be marching back. She application once again coming into the display.
And the last from the dugout walks on. And at the moment, it seems to be a Herculean task for the Blasters. They have a mountain to climb, requiring 20 runs in the last 1 over. 76 is the scoreboard. Play so fine there. A little touch. And it will be a single. And now 20 runs required in 5 balls. And the new batter, Bidibawe Mariam, together with Sheila Namagoba, trying to put on a fight. The last kicks of a dying horse, I might say, because it is really hard for them to come from this position. The question is, how much life do they have at the moment?
Oh, it's just a matter of time, but everyone could tell you that the Victoria Strikers are just waiting on to get into the celebrations. It's done and sealed, and that's a confidence win that Janet Mbabas would actually was looking for.
Everything is just going through the process here. Look at that on the back foot. The height does the miracle. But she's really bowling so well. Aliorita asking the batter to lunge forward and stop that one. And he's doing so well. Forgive us of the graphics. We're working so much to make sure that we align everything in place for you. But a good shot there from Bidibawa to get off the mark. And that single will mark the end of the second innings. And the Victoria Strikers picked their first win of this tournament, winning by 18 runs against the Blasters at the moment. The captain winning the toss and opting to go with the bat. It has really paid off for them, and they are into their winning ways.
Yeah, there they are. The beautiful game always has the sad, but it also has the gentle moments. You can see there, Nampina, an old girl of Ginger Senior Secondary School, and now holding the comforting the youngster, and Sheila Namagoba, the current skipper of the Ginger Sis cricket girls team. Those are the beautiful moments that cricket or sport has to provide you. You can see Janet Mbabas once again also holding her back, just to sort of bring that energy into her, that this is what sport is. You need to be ruthless sometimes, and these are moments you want. This is what you want to see from the senior players giving back to the young ones, but a very dominant win for the Victoria Strikers.
Yeah, they will be so happy that they are back into the winning ways. But what has really turned out is the way how they have bowled. They bowled decently despite the endeavoring fight of Giringi Shadi and Naulime, who tried to put in a fight, and again the partnership of Naulime and Muhammad Jimia that was so threatening at the top. But the breakthrough that they got in the power play for that run out made everything turn out to in their favor, and now at the moment everything is really going their way. A win in the end, and we'll be doing the post-match presentation. And thank you for tuning in and watching. And on behalf of the commentary box, Aljuna Fortunate, I sign out. See you tomorrow for the same action. Good evening and welcome for the post-match presentation of the fourth game of this Great Lakes T20 Women's Tournament. And it's the game that we saw between the Victoria Strikers up against the Mburu Blasters, where we saw the captain for the Victoria Strikers winning the toss and opting to go with the bat that really gave them the first win of the tournament. And I will have a word with the captain for the Blasters. Please, Jimmy, join me here for the post-match presentation. Sorry, hard day in office today.
Thank you.
It has really been hard for you to get into the winning streak. You've lost 2 games today, and how is it affecting you and your team?
It hasn't affected us so much because losing today, tomorrow we shall come back harder. So you cannot predict the future.
Yeah, you had started off so well, restricting the strikers to 96 runs. Do you feel that that was a very good score that you would have come in and chased?
Yeah, we actually bowled to our expectations because we wanted to restrict those guys from like reaching 100 runs plus, and we achieved it. So I think it's the second innings that killed us, but of course we had the positives. So we take the positives for today and learn from the lessons.
Talking about the positives, what do you think that were the positives?
Well, we had a good start. Me and Gilingish, we had a very good start in the power play. Then when I lost my wicket is when now we lost so many wickets like run-outs and so on. But Gilingish, her 33 at least pushed us to some score, like closer to the other opponent's score.
Talk about the run out and the way how Giringish played. She played up to the 18th over. Do you think that she would have done better?
Yeah, she would have done better, but we still thank her for that score that she gave us today, because if she hadn't scored, maybe we could have ended in 50.
Oh, tough luck, captain. But that will be all from me. All the best in the coming games.
Thank you.
And here I will have the captain for the Victoria Strikers, the player with the bat who scored 28 runs from 25 balls. You won the toss, and what thing went your way starting from winning the toss?
I think we had quite a good power play, and we managed to contain our wicket column compared to yesterday. Yes, I think that's what worked for us, only in the power play. But I don't think we had enough runs on the score. I felt like with that good start, we should have had put on 120, 110 runs on board. So yeah, we're short a few runs.
At some point, I thought that maybe you should have got the ball yourself, because we saw Leo Rita and Lona coming in to bowl, but you didn't get any chance to bowl. What was running in your mind?
I think with this kind of arrangement, having youngsters come on to play a tournament with senior players on the team, it's very important that we give the youngsters an opportunity to bowl. If you look at my team, I have a very so it's very important that I give them opportunity to showcase their skills, so that their coaches are out watching, so they get a chance to get some stats in for their coaches. Yeah.
Then another question that has been really troubling us is that we saw Stefan Nampina batting atop the order in the concluded tournament at the senior side, but now coming in to play her in her usual middle order. What is really happening? Is it that she's trying to go back in the deep, or another idea of yourself and the team?
Again, I think it's the girls are. We have a team of youngsters that are on the team, and I think it's very important that we give them opportunities to express themselves, especially on the top order. Some of the girls are practicing or getting ready for under 19 that's coming up soon, so it's important that we give them the chance to bat at the top.
Already into the winning ways for your team. I hope you carry on in that energy and pick the well-deserved victories going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And from here, I will have the player of match. There was so much contention for this spot. The captain herself did so well, scored 28 from 25. Alio Rita bowled so well, picked 2 wickets and went for 10. Lona Sarah only going for 1, but Economico at only 2. But the player of match that bowled so decently in the death overs, picking 3 wickets in the 4 overs, and that is none other than Jen Amongin Naomi. Welcome, Jen.
Thank you.
How do you feel about that performance that you showcased today?
Okay, I feel great. I feel empowered. I feel happy because it actually helped our team win the game.
What was the bowling plan to you, bowling to the tail end?
The plan was to just stick to stump to stump. No magic, just keep the line there.
Yeah, you feel that you've done so well to bring your team the first victory. What's the energy in the team after suffering a loss against the Warriors? What's the energy in the team?
The energy is up there, I think. Yeah, it's a good comeback for us, and we believe having the first win, we're going to have more wins in the next games that are coming.
Oh, thank you very much, and that will be all from me for the player of the match, rather player of the match. And now it is a thank you for everyone watching this. Till tomorrow, goodbye.